LaToya Cantrell and her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy. Of course, we've been reporting on the investigations that have been going on into Cantrell since 2022. Chief Investigator David Hammer has been breaking story after story on the feds investigating different aspects of both Mayor Cantrell's life and her work as mayor of New Orleans, beginning even from when they first started looking into whether or not she was using her campaign funds correctly. So those were the initial musings that we first started hearing, that there may be some federal investigations going on into the mayor. And now we're hearing that her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy, who was previously indicted related to the mayor and to his work with the mayor, now there may be a superseding indictment for him and an indictment against Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This, of course, has been an ongoing investigation for the last few years, but major developments this afternoon. If you are just joining us, Mayor LaToya Cantrell indicted by a federal grand jury this afternoon. This is breaking very quickly. We're getting detail after detail into our newsroom at this hour, and we want to bring in investigative reporter Mike Perlstein. He's here with me in the studio. So Mike, thanks for being with me. You know, we've all been kind of covering this again for several years now. What we don't know exactly is what these charges are, but we do know that several people have been indicted related to the mayor and, you know, to Jeffrey Vappy over the years. So some of those major players, let's go through those for a few minutes and talk about what their involvement has been. First off, Randy Farrell. Randy Farrell, businessman who owns a building inspection company, and he was indicted for allegedly bribing the mayor, but the mayor had not been indicted. So we don't know if that is the charge here or what.
Well, we're hearing that this new indictment or superseding indictment somehow involves Jeffrey Vappy, the former New Orleans police officer and bodyguard to the mayor. Vappy himself is in an indictment charging him with 7 counts of wire fraud for fudging his timesheets, in which the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office say he was involved in a romantic relationship with the mayor on city police time, one additional count of lying to the FBI. In a whole separate indictment against Randy Farrell, a very active contractor used frequently by the city of New Orleans, he's accused in his indictment of bribery in 3 instances with the mayor, allegedly to get her to fire a person in the safety and permits office who was either flagging some of his suspicious activity. What we've been waiting on all morning as we monitor this grand jury and the indictment being handed up is which of these schemes might the authorities add additional charges that include the mayor. In the Farrell case, as you recall, Cantrell is listed as public official 1, as the recipient of bribes in the form of Saints tickets, a cell phone, and Randy Farrell picking up the tab at a Ruth's Chris meal.
Yeah, so that's been out there for quite some time. I think all of us have been wondering whether or not there would be charges for public official 1, which is really laid out clearly in the indictment that it is Mayor LaToya Cantrell, even though she may not be mentioned by name. So that's been known for quite some time. Whether or not these charges that were handed up by this grand jury this afternoon are related to that, it is unclear. The information, as I said, is just coming out from the courtroom. As we wait to get our hands on a copy of that indictment, we're sort of going through, for those who are just joining us, the people who have been associated with federal investigations into Mayor Cantrell. Now, a third investigation, which has had some activity that we found out about just in the last few days, involves the photos that were taken of Mayor Cantrell and Jeffrey Vappy as they were having dinner on the balcony of Tableau Restaurant. And a resident of the Pentalba apartments, which have a balcony across the street from the Tableau. One of the residents there, Ann Bro, took a picture of Vappy and the mayor having dinner. Of course, we've all seen that photo. I think that is, one of those iconic images of this investigation. And so Ann Bro, from what we understand, has had some recent interaction with federal investigators as well.
That's right. And what I can tell you is that Ann Bro, along with her attorney, Justin Kristen Schmidt have recently been interviewed by assistant U.S. attorneys as well as FBI agents regarding that element which was contained in the Vappy indictment. Now remember, he's charged in 7 counts of wire fraud. What could link the mayor to Vappy as far as giving her criminal exposure is if she had knowledge that he was supposed to be on the clock committing wire fraud, allegedly, that she knew about directly or even could assume indirectly. As our legal experts tell us, that could be the basis of a charge. But another avenue, and I can tell you that this was part of the questioning of Ann Bro and her attorney, was that iconic picture that you mentioned of the mayor and Vappy dining at some multiple hours on that restaurant balcony. He got in trouble administratively for drinking while he's supposed to be on duty during that, not protecting the mayor properly, back to the door. But what could be relevant there was a subsequent protective order that the mayor filed against Ann Bro, claiming that Ann Bro was threatening her, stalking her, following her to take video and photographs. All we know and all Ann Bro has ever said was she took those 2 pictures. Where the Mayor Cantrell in her protective order claimed a lot more that turned out not to be true, and that protective order was thrown out. At issue that could be relevant in the federal case are things about Ann Bro which would be covered as confidential law enforcement information, an old driver's license photo, an old arrest that had been expunged.
So essentially her directing the NOPD to do a federal criminal search of Ann Bro and then using that information to disparage her in some way in the public. Now, we did get a statement just moments ago in from the City Council President J.P. Morrell issuing this statement saying, our office is aware of the indictment that was filed today against Mayor LaToya Cantrell. I'm reading here, this is a sad day for the people of New Orleans. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Cantrell family as they navigate through this difficult time. Again, that's coming in from City Council President J.P. Morrell. Now, I believe we do have Chief Investigator David Hammer outside of federal court. David, this had to be just an incredible scene inside the courtroom. Can you describe it for us, and what more can you tell us about this indictment?
Absolutely, Katie. It was a historic moment. We have never had a sitting mayor indicted and charged with federal crimes while still in office. Obviously, we had Mayor Ray Nagin, who served from 2002 to 2010, who was indicted in 2013 and then convicted in 2014. Never before have we seen a sitting mayor. And now, of course, Mayor LaToya Cantrell has been indicted by a federal grand jury. The grand jury foreperson, Raymond Duplessis, who was the same foreperson who returned the indictment against Jeffrey Vappy last year, he brought a new indictment against both Vappy and Cantrell. That's all we know at this point. We don't have the details of the indictment. I know you and Mike have been talking about these possibilities that relate to what we already know from the Vappy indictment last year. What we do know or are pretty certain of is that this does not necessarily relate in any way to the charges that were filed last year against Randy Farrell, an inspector who was charged with bribing the mayor. That does not appear to be a part of this because it is attached to a new indictment of Jeffrey Vappy. Again, the courtroom was packed. Everybody was getting ready to hear the regular docket in front of Magistrate Judge Ava Dossier. None of those cases were heard. It was just the prosecutors, Nick Moses and Jordan Ginsburg, and the grand jury foreperson coming in, handing up the indictment, and then they adjourned that section of the court. So it was all focused on this indictment of Mayor LaToya Cantrell, this historic indictment, Katie.
David, any idea if these new charges, what they might be against Jeffrey Vappy? I mean, we know that, as you mentioned, and as we've been talking about, he already has a list of charges against him. So what might these new charges be? Any idea?
all we can do is speculate because of what we know surrounding it, that it involves these charges that he's already facing of fraud, specifically related to his timesheets, and whether he was claiming time while, and again, these are just charges, these are just allegations at this point, but the allegations that we already know went against Jeffrey Vappy were that he was claiming time when he should have been working as the bodyguard for the mayor, and was actually spending time with her doing things that were not part of his job description. And what you've already discussed with Mike is about these concerns that then part of that scheme, or a potential, that it was part of a scheme to cover up the fact that they were also involved in this Ann Bro situation, where they were looking at those detailed documents and information that they were not supposed to access against Ann Bro as a part of what Mayor Cantrell then later charged against Ann Bro for stalking and all of that.
We think that it's possibly related to that. I think those details are all going to come out as soon as we get our hands on a copy of that indictment. And we do have staffers that are inside the federal court. They're trying and waiting to see, what is going to happen with the actual indictment, so that we can give people more details out there about exactly what is happening. Now, David, you've been covering this since 2022. You mentioned that there is this Randy Farrell situation as well. Why do we see this particular indictment happening today? Can you talk about the grand jury that's now wrapping up and the timing of that?
Yeah, that's a very good point, Katie. The reason that this would potentially come now is not because of any statute of limitations, we don't believe, but because there was a grand jury convened in January of 2024. And those grand juries sit for 6-month periods that can be extended twice. We believe that it was extended 2 times because we see the same grand jurors. As I said before, the same grand jury foreperson who returned the indictment against Jeffrey Vappy last year was the same one who returned this indictment. That grand jury is wrapping up now because this would be the 18th month, meaning that it has served 3 6-month terms. And that would be the end of this grand jury. Last week, we actually saw a new grand jury come in and get seated to move forward with any federal investigations, criminal investigations. So if they didn't finish it up now, then they would have to essentially start over with the case with a new set of grand jurors who had not heard all of the evidence that they've been gathering. And as you mentioned, this started back in 2022. We broke the story that there was an investigation into Mayor Cantrell's image consultant, Tanya Haynes, whether she was providing things of value to the mayor, including dresses and hair styling and all of that, that could have been part of a corruption case, could have been things of value that she received because of her position as mayor. Now, that has never been charged. There have been no criminal charges stemming from that part of the investigation, but we do know that those subpoenas were issued back in 2022. Then fast forward 2024, you had the indictment of Randy Farrell, who was an inspector, a private inspector who owned the biggest private third-party building and construction inspector in the area, had huge amounts of business from the city of New Orleans, millions of dollars in business, in fact, that was in jeopardy because a person working for the city, Jennifer Cecil, was investigating him, and that led to him allegedly lobbying the mayor and giving the mayor things of value to try to get her to get rid of Jennifer Cecil. Jennifer Cecil was then fired or dismissed around that time, and then Randy Farrell continued, according to the indictment, allegedly continued to receive the benefit of that for years until late 2023. So that was something where we thought there might be charges stemming from that because the mayor was named explicitly as public official 1 in that indictment as having received bribes in exchange for public acts. She has not been charged, as far as we know, with anything related to that alleged scheme. She has been charged in relation to an alleged scheme with her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy, both of them were named in this indictment, this new indictment that appears to be separate from the indictment that's already put against Jeffrey Vappy last year, where he's still awaiting trial. That trial is set for January. The question is, will those two cases be married together? Will they be tried together? That's some things that we're going to be finding out as soon as we can actually see the contents of the indictment.
You know, David, it would be interesting if this is related to those same questions about his wire fraud and it's a separate indictment. So that leads me to think that quite possibly this is something completely different.
That's a good thought, Katie. I would make the same assumption. Again, we want to be very clear. We don't know that. We want to make sure that we have that confirmed before we report anything.
Yes.
But as you say, it was not reported as a superseding indictment. If they were charging Vappy with additional crimes and part of the same scheme as he was charged with the fraud and the wire fraud, then you would think that that would be a superseding indictment and adding Mayor LaToya Cantrell as a co-conspirator in that case. That's not what it was read out as. Again, very few details were given. Judge Ava Dossier asked for those, for the grand jury foreperson to confirm that there were 16, there was a quorum of the 16 members of the grand jury present, that at least 12 of them voted to indict, and that they went ahead and indicted without any outside influence when they did so. He confirmed all of those things, and Judge Dossier read that the indictment was the United States of America versus Jeffrey Vappy and LaToya Cantrell, and that is all we know at this point.
Okay, so we are still anxiously awaiting those details. This, of course, is that photo that we've been mentioning of the mayor and of Jeffrey Vappy. Again, we do know that the woman who took this photo was called in by federal investigators very recently, but we do not know whether or not that has anything to do with these charges today. We're still waiting on that information as it is filed officially with the court, and as we get our hands on the actual indictment paperwork, then we will be able to bring you the details of that. Right now, we want to talk a little bit about some reaction that's coming in already. This is from City Council member Joe Giarrusso. He gave us a statement a little while ago saying, quote, "Everyone is presumed innocent under the law. Mayor Cantrell deserves that presumption." So that is his statement about this. You know, we did hear from this unfortunately will be sensationalized because it involves the mayor and will further impede the city's operations. We should, however, let the facts play out and not rush to judgment. That's an important statement there from him. We also heard from the City Council President, JP Morrell, saying, quote, "Our office is aware of the indictment that was filed today against Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This is a sad day for the people of New Orleans." Again, JP Morrell, the New Orleans City Council President right now. He says our thoughts and prayers are with the Cantrell family as they navigate through this difficult time, which it is certainly going to be, regardless of how this plays out in court. It will be difficult for the Cantrell family. That's something that we've seen already as these different investigations have bubbled up. Of course, we have watched Mayor Cantrell go through this very difficult time in what you would assume in her personal life as well, as this is all playing out in the media. They, of course, have a child, a daughter. She and her late husband, who also passed away during all of this. So it has been quite an eventful few years for Mayor Cantrell and her family. So that is certainly something that I don't think anyone takes lightly in this situation. Now, we do want to talk a little bit more about Ann Breaux, however, because that is one of the big question marks here. And we started hearing that federal investigators started calling more people back in because of that sort of ticking clock with this grand jury situation. This grand jury was wrapping up. It is the one that has been looking into many of these things involving Cantrell. So that would also lead you to believe that this will be the extent of it.
Perhaps. Now, this is fascinating for a variety of reasons, and what David just mentioned, that it appears this is in the form of a new indictment rather than a superseding indictment. Now, if the federal government were to zero in on those wire fraud charges for lying on timesheets about time spent romantically, allegedly, with the mayor, they could easily just supersede that existing indictment, which was lodged against Jeffrey Vappy.
Yes.
It cost him his career. He promptly retired from the police department, and he faces trial in January. A new indictment could very well be this area that was under, renewed scrutiny just in the past few weeks regarding that chain of events that led the mayor to include confidential information that is supposed to be available only to law enforcement, and this is an important point, only for official police activity in an investigation. Now, if the mayor directed somebody to look up this information, it's a federal database called NCIC that includes prior arrests and other information. That stuff appeared in this protective order, which the mayor filed as a citizen. And that was promptly dismissed by a civil court judge. She appealed and lost. She owes more than $20,000 in attorney's fees. Personally, not for her official duties.
Yes.
And what is important is that that information, and it included something that really, I know, affected Ann Bro. We've interviewed her, and one of those was an arrest in a domestic violence case in which it was proven that she was the victim of domestic violence.
Yes.
Not a perpetrator in any way. That got thrown out, expunged, and for that to get dredged up is the basis of a federal civil rights defamation lawsuit by Ann Bro against the mayor. And here's an important note, and it's a nuance that we've been following to try to see where this grand jury is going. There were several officers involved in a subsequent police report that the mayor called in an officer, read to and stated to the officer that she felt threatened by Ann Bro for a variety of reasons, repeating some of the same things in the protective order. Leslie Guzman wrote the report on orders from her supervisor, Victor Gant. Those officers, Gant and Leslie Guzman, were investigated administratively as to whether they misused NCIC to provide confidential information, and they were cleared. So we certainly need to see the details in this indictment, but if they were cleared and they were also removed from the federal civil rights lawsuit by Ann Bro and her attorney, they are no longer defendants in that lawsuit. So it raises the question, who did get into the NCIC federal computer database in which only law enforcement officers are authorized to use it and only for law enforcement purposes?
Yes.
We have never seen the answer to that question. In fact, the Ann Bro lawsuit now leaves a John Doe replacing Guzman and Gant, since their fingerprints were apparently not on that
So then
chain
how
of
can we
events.
not, it begs the question, how do we not know who searched it? There's a very clear paper trail on those things and digital trail on those things whenever somebody goes in to try and search these federal databases for this very reason, because it's a big no-no to do that unless it involves some legitimate law enforcement purpose.
That's right, and it's sort of known in shorthand as a digital fingerprint. You cannot go into that database without your law enforcement identification number. And clearly the federal authorities and the Public Integrity Bureau of the New Orleans Police Department, they know. And what we do know as a fact is that the officers who were part of the police report, which was filed after the protective order, have been cleared administratively.
So that begs the question, why is it that Ann Bro and her attorney have not been given that information to this point?
Well, it very well could be that it has now become part of this federal investigation. This is an interesting trail of evidence. It only came up in the past couple of weeks that Ann Bro and her attorney were re-questioned about what the relationship was. We know that Ann Bro was actually a neighbor of the mayor when the mayor was, for the most part, living at the Pentalba apartments. As you recall, she was kicked out of that apartment by the city council.
Yes, huge political moves after this. There was a big political uproar about whether or not the mayor should be using that apartment, which was designated for city business, for her own personal residence. The mayor said it wasn't her personal residence. There was a lot of back and forth there. And then politically, the city council ended up passing new ordinances governing that Pentalba apartment, much at the leadership of the city council members saying, you know, we want to make sure that public resources are being used for public purposes. Again, JP Morrell, this is his statement, the city council president this afternoon saying our thoughts and prayers are with the Cantrell as they navigate through this difficult time. We want to bring back in David Hammer, our chief investigator over at federal court. He was in the courtroom as this indictment was handed up. Apparently he has with him former federal prosecutor Matt Chester, who's been an incredible ear and someone that we have really utilized to answer questions about what's been playing out in court and with this investigation. So let's go live to them now for the latest. Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. I am here with Matt Chester. He is the former federal prosecutor. He's now a defense attorney, but he was the federal prosecutor who was on the case with the Ray Nagin case, and he has been looking at this, and we've been talking about all the different elements of the case involving LaToya Cantrell. And right now we don't know very much, Matt, because we don't have the details of the indictment, but the fact that it was named separately and that they wouldn't have mentioned it as a superseding indictment, does that tell us that they're looking at a whole other avenue than what we saw with the fraud charges last year?
It could be. It again, really premature. We haven't seen it yet, so it could be that there's an entirely separate thing because they didn't supersede, but not necessarily. They may have just gotten a brand new number, added Mr. Vappy as a defendant in that case, and he will have to deal with his two cases might be consolidated into one. We just have to see what the allegations are.
And we have already seen that it was the same grand jury foreman who brought the charges last year against Vappy. Does that tell you anything, or does it just mean it's the same grand jury and that foreman would stay the same?
Yeah, I mean, that's typical, right? These investigations take months, sometimes years. You present the evidence before the grand jury. You want to keep continuity. That same grand jury that indicted Mr. Vappy or Officer Vappy a year or so ago is familiar with that prior evidence, so it would make sense that you would go to the same grand jury for this one.
Now, if this is involving the Ann Bro case and the fact that there was an access to NCIC database, does that tell you that this is the kind of case that you would normally see charged against a sitting mayor? I mean, this is such an unprecedented situation where somebody who's still in the mayor's office, your case that you handled against Ray Nagin was the first one that we were aware of where a former mayor had been indicted. Now you have a current mayor being indicted, but it seems like maybe it could be small potatoes if that's all it involves.
Yeah, again, I think it's important that we wait and see what the charges are, what the allegations are. I know there's a lot of speculation about what it could be. If we are talking about her being involved in his alleged falsification of NOPD records signifying that he's on duty, or her having some participation in accessing an unauthorized computer, that is a little atypical for a public corruption case. I mean, Louisiana has a long history of this, unfortunately, and what you typically see with Governor Edwards, Mayor Nagin, the Jefferson family, right? These are people that use their office to enrich themselves, right? Bribes and kickbacks to enrich themselves in exchange for official acts. If that's what this is, and again, I'll caution, we don't know, but if that's what this is, it's a little atypical from the norm.
Well, for you as a prosecutor, when you were in that seat, did you have to worry about that in terms of, going a little bit too far or being careful because it's an actual public official?
Yeah, I think the fact that she's a sitting public official adds a little bit of an element to it, but I think the bigger element is when you exercise this power, which is extremely broad that federal prosecutors have, you want to be sure that you're doing it responsibly and in a way that will result in a conviction. There's a history of public officials lying to cover up affairs. You can think of President Clinton, you can think of former Senator John Edwards, for example, and those are different types of cases. Those are more difficult, at least in my experience. Juries tend to kind of understand that a little bit more. So again, that's one of a number of considerations that I think you take into account.
And does it have to be tied into the fraud charges that we've already heard about, or could it be a whole different avenue now, given that they're being charged in potentially a separate indictment?
I mean, it could be a whole separate avenue. I know you've done a lot of reporting on this. I don't think that we're aware of whether there's a whole separate avenue, but again, the fact that it's a new number suggests that it might be, but we just have to wait and see.
Well, and Katie, I should say that I already heard that there's going to be a press conference from the Department of Justice, possibly at 2:30, so we're going to hear more then. We're also trying to get a copy of the indictment itself, and we should be able to review that and get you a lot more information. I did also hear from Eddie Castang, who is the mayor's defense attorney, and he said that he was notified that indictment was being handed up just before it was actually handed up in court, but he had not had a chance to review it yet either.
Yeah, David, it's really interesting, and I don't know if Matt can chime in on this, but we do also have this Randy Farrell indictment hanging out there, and it is very clear that in it alleges that Mayor LaToya Cantrell, that he's accused of bribing Mayor LaToya Cantrell. So what happens with that related to all this? Could that still be something that is worked out in the future?
Yeah, Katie was asking, the fact that Mayor Cantrell has already been named in the indictment of Randy Farrell, does that give you any indication of what that will be, how that will be handled in this case?
It doesn't. We'll have to wait and see what the indictment says. Remember, she hadn't been named as a defendant in that case. There's a reference to a public official with a number, so arguably she's an unindicted co-conspirator, but it'll be interesting to see the interplay between these two things.
And I think we're seeing now that some folks have come out of court. So I'm going to toss it back to you, Katie.
It looked like a group of attorneys there. Not sure if those were federal prosecutors or if those were defense attorneys. I think it might have been the prosecutors heading back to their office. Again, as David mentioned, we are waiting for a 2:45 news conference from the U.S. Attorney's Office here in the Eastern District of Louisiana. We had heard that the FBI may be involved in that press conference as well. Typically, that's something that would happen. Anybody who worked on the case would be made available to the media and the public to ask questions about, something that happens of this magnitude. Of course, we're continuing to cover the historic indictment of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This afternoon, a federal grand jury handed up an indictment against her and her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy. He's a former New Orleans police officer who resigned after the news of these investigations broke. We're taking a look there. That is Jordan Ginsburg, who's one of the U.S. attorneys who handles many public corruption cases. He handled the Walter Reed case in St. Tammany Parish. He's handled many cases, federal cases against public officials. So Jordan Ginsburg and others, and it looks like his team, I think that's Kleba as well, Brian Kleba, walking out of court.
I didn't see Kleba, Brian Kleba.
Well, we do know that's Jordan, and that this is the rest of his federal team. You would think that he was preparing for this 2:45 p.m. press conference that the U.S. attorney is expected to have over at their office. Now, interestingly enough, we're still awaiting an appointment of a top federal prosecutor in New Orleans. We know that David Courcelle, who is one of the Jefferson Parish attorneys, has been nominated for that post. He has not gone through the confirmation process yet. So we're waiting for him to be appointed. Right now, there's been an interim U.S. attorney for quite some time.
A sequence of interims, actually.
Yes,
and we're on our latest
yes.
interim, and we only have a recent person appointed to be the special agent in charge of the New Orleans field office of the FBI. So a lot of
Yes.
new people involved here, and we should note that an indictment of this magnitude would have to get clearance from the Maine Department of Justice
Yes.
in Washington, D.C. Obviously, it's public corruption, white collar, but in this case, of a sitting citywide elected official. The gravity of that cannot be understated. The first time in the history of New Orleans, obviously spicy political environment.
Yes.
We've seen, ex-mayors go to prison. Ray Nagin, for example.
Congressman Bill Jefferson.
Congressman, Governor Edwin Edwards.
Yes.
But the first time that a sitting New Orleans mayor indicted while still having months left in her term is unprecedented. It clearly is going to impact the executive branch of city government. We've been hearing from council members weighing in. Interesting to note, J.P. Morrell as well as Joe Giarrusso, they're both attorneys, and Joe Giarrusso very quick to point out, innocent until proven guilty. Let's hear the facts. Everyone gets their day in court. All true. But Katie, we cannot ignore the both personal and political and now legal turmoil that Mayor LaToya Cantrell has been going through for the better part of 2 years, almost her entire
second term in office.
Restrictions on the Pentalba apartment, for example, that was a controversy that it really turned into a full-blown scandal. When you think of the sequence there, number one, the council took it up and ultimately voted to restrict the hours that she could use that apartment. So she continued, but apparently was caught using it for overnight stays, which had been prohibited. That caused the council to revisit that and ultimately remove that from use by any mayor, including LaToya Cantrell. She had to move out. They changed the locks. So what was a controversy turned into a scandal. That was amplified by what we saw with Jeffrey Vappy and the charges against him, alleging a romantic relationship that he subsequently is accused of lying to the FBI about that. We don't know the specific details of this indictment that just got handed up, but we have been following the scandal, controversy, and now obviously the criminal investigation that has led us to this point today.
Yes, I mean, I think her second term has been so polarizing that it has made a move by the city council to strip the mayor and the mayor's office of a number of powers that have been really sacred for that political position since the founding, really, of New Orleans, since the current city charter has been written. So, you know, we have the city council talking about stripping the authority of the mayor to use the city attorney's office because of those questions that were involved with the city attorney's office and even the Ann Bro case, and then you know, questions about the school board and school board funding, and then, you know, it really has just been scandal after scandal, including but not limited to her travel. That is something that has, you know, really piqued the public interest and caused the city council to act. So,
and if you look at this in sort of the timeline of the news about the mayor, that has had a negative spin for her. It started with the travel, and specifically that she was flying first class, which is prohibited unless you pay for that out of your own pocket. Now, she doubled down when it was discovered she's flying on trips to Europe, other places abroad, and going first class. Now recall that she initially said, I'm not going to pay for those upgrades, I need it for my security. And her then CAO, Gilbert Montano, overruled her and said, the law is clear, you have to repay that difference between regular coach class and first class.
And Jeffrey Vappy was on some of those trips with her, am I correct?
Absolutely, and it was interesting that in some cases that we know about and got the records, she was flying first class while Vappy was on the same trip, but still back in coach. So that was one of the first, I guess, sort of cracks that caught on with both the public as well as the council. It ultimately led to a failed attempt at a recall of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. It's obviously something that's very difficult in Louisiana to meet the threshold.
It's almost impossible,
But it happened, it put her under a further cloud, and yet we continue to see additional controversy, including, of course, the Jeffrey Vappy that led to a federal indictment against him.
Yes, and we want to bring back in Chief Investigator David Hammer. He is outside of federal courts, and he and Matt Chester have been talking about, you know, what we think is going to be contained in this indictment. Of course, we know this is not a superseding indictment. As we were first mentioning, we assumed it was a superseding indictment in that Vappy case, but it is not. It is a separate case against Cantrell and Vappy that was handed up. So, David, you had something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, Katie, that's as best as we can tell that it's not a superseding indictment. The number of the case was not something I was able to check in the moment. But one of the things that we were wondering about is what happens now that Mayor Cantrell has been indicted. Can she be removed from office? So I wanted to bring Matt Chester in because he has looked into this and has some information about that. So, Matt, what is the situation? Can she be removed for being under criminal indictment?
Yeah, so my appreciation of this issue is it's largely governed by kind of the home rule charter of the city of New Orleans. My appreciation is unless she resigns, which of course is one scenario, or she is convicted, which she's only got a handful of months left in her term, they can't. So she can fill out the remaining months of her term even as an indicted mayor. I think this, at least to my knowledge, the city council is a little bit powerless to do anything about it.
Now, when you were handling the Nagin case, that case was developing over several years while he was still in office. And then, I mean, we were reporting about all kinds of details while he was still in office. Then he left office in 2010. Some of the counts involved money that he received immediately after leaving office. And then the indictment was brought 3 years after he left office. Was there any concern from a prosecutor's standpoint about the fact that the investigation was going on while he was in office? Is that something that prosecutors have to worry about here with Cantrell still being in office?
Typically, no. There is a Department of Justice policy that talks about when there are public corruption investigations not influencing elections. For example, if you're getting ready to indict a public official and you're generally within 3, 4, 5 months of an election, there's a policy, it's not law, but there's a policy that says you shouldn't be undertaking those acts because it can be seen as, you know, political and tainting the electoral process.
Putting your thumb on the election process.
Exactly right. In Nagin, that was not something we worried about. I mean, that was a multi-pronged, years-long investigation. It just so happened he was out of office by the time we'd had accumulated enough evidence to indict him. But I don't think even if he had been in office, that would have been a consideration.
And in both Mayor Nagin's case and now in Mayor Cantrell's case, they were in their second term when that got going, and so there was no concern about them being able to run again and that affecting their chances.
That's right, that's right. You know, the concern here arguably might be, you know, is she kind of a lame duck? She might be a lame duck anyway because she's finishing out her second term. Is she even more of a lame duck now that she's been indicted? I think that there's an argument for that, but that's typically not something we're going to take into, federal prosecutors are going to take into account.
Now, as far as bringing such an indictment, would you be concerned about the size of the money involved? If there's a fraud that's committed, right now we're looking at something in the area of $10,000 in value with these gifts that were mentioned in the Farrell case, with any kind of, we don't even see any personal financial value in any of the charges that have already been brought against Vappy. Is that something that is a consideration for prosecutors before they bring a charge against a sitting official?
I think so. You and I have talked about this before, but the power and authority that the federal prosecutors have is immense and should be utilized kind of responsibly and appropriately. And so that is something I think that you take into account. You also want to have a case that appeals to a jury, because at the end of the day, you're wanting to convict this defendant that you think did wrong, right? So the facts of every case, the relationships involved, the money that's involved, the amount of loss that's involved, these are all things that you take into account when you're assessing the jury appeal of something like that.
And one of the things we should point out is that when the indictment was brought against Randy Farrell last year, Randy Farrell's defense attorney, Rick Simmons, said this is all too close to the political process. The giving her gifts like football tickets and lunches or dinners and a cell phone even was seen as a little bit too close to just the lobbying process, and that was the defense that was given by Randy Farrell's defense attorney. You would think that that same kind of defense could be given by Eddie Castang, the mayor's defense attorney.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're going to have to see. You have to see what the charges are. Farrell, in particular, the allegations, as I recall, were that in exchange for whatever gifts Mr. Farrell allegedly gave the mayor, she undertook some actions that ultimately led to the resignation of a city employee who was investigating Mr. Farrell. I think there's a pretty decent argument that that's close to what we would call log rolling or dirty politics maybe, but maybe not an official act under federal law. Could be, but it's closer to the line. Again, we don't know what the charges are here, but if the charges involve Mr. Vappy's falsification of NOPD records, that is not really a bribery case. That is really a fraud case where Officer Vappy has allegedly defrauded the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Police Department by saying he was on the clock when in fact he wasn't. So that really has very little to do with her official office and more to do with the relationship between the two of them.
And the other issue that you and I have talked about is the effects of changes in the precedent, in the law, the way that these things are applied. The honest services of a public official is much harder to prosecute than it used to be, right?
Yeah, that's right. So if it's a traditional public corruption case, and again, we just don't know if this one is or isn't, but in a traditional public corruption case, you have a quid pro quo, and the official act taken in exchange for the bribe has to legitimately be an act or a decision in favor of the bribe payor. You may remember about 10 years ago there was a case involving the former governor of Virginia who set up some meetings, made a phone call or two, and the government was alleging the bribes he received were done in exchange for those acts, and the Supreme Court unanimously, which is very hard to do these days, unanimously disagreed and said that's not enough. There has to be more of a substantive official act. So they have really, in the last 20 years, scaled back the definition of what that means and what public corruptions can be charged, what public corruption cases can be charged. So again, we'll have to see what this one is, but it has to be something more substantive than just kind of normal political duties.
And we would probably see Maine justice up in Washington, D.C. being more involved in a case like this with a sitting mayor, right? This would not be something that would be decided without the Department of Justice in Washington being aware?
That's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that. I would think with a sitting public official, this is the sort of thing that probably would have been vetted through Maine justice, but honestly, you have 93 U.S. attorney offices across the country. They largely operate independently and are given kind of authority and autonomy to make their own decisions. So probably, but no way to know that.
Well, Katie, I can report that the Maine justice in Washington was aware that there was going to be a press conference coming up this afternoon on this case ahead of hearing that the indictment was handed up. So they're definitely aware in Washington, and you would think that that was part of the vetting process. Katie?
Yeah, absolutely. You would think so. I mean, a question for Matt. We're obviously dealing with a much different president in the White House, one who has been in the crosshairs of federal prosecutors. I'm wondering, number one, if that makes a difference in this case. And number two, we haven't mentioned the case against DA Jason Williams that was filed by federal prosecutors while he was DA. He, went through a trial, came out, cleared, exonerated of the charges against him. So those two questions may be something that Matt might be able to chime in on.
Yeah, first of all, Katie, I'll pass those along to Matt because he's not hearing you right now. I think Katie Moore in the studio was asking about whether the fact that the sitting president right now, has been in the crosshairs of federal prosecutors, does that change in any way the way that they approach cases like this these days? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that. I can tell you in prior administrations, and I worked under both Republican and Democrat presidents, under Republican and Democratic appointed U.S. attorneys, it would have no impact at all. But I am not there anymore, so don't know the answer to that.
Well, and the other question she asked is about the case against DA Jason Williams that was brought, and basically he was acquitted. And that case was seen as kind of a spectacular failure by this U.S. Attorney's Office, the type that you don't usually see because of that incredible power of the federal government that you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, that's right. Now remember, in the Jason Williams case, the office here in New Orleans was recused. So the prosecutors there were not from New Orleans, but irrespective, it's one Department of Justice, and it was brought by the Department of Justice, and he was acquitted, and that is a rarity. So agree with your characterization of that case.
We've certainly seen a reduction in the number of corruption cases brought by the U.S. Attorney's Office over the years, particularly after Jim Letton left as the U.S. Attorney, where you served under him, and brought probably the most famous federal corruption case in the city of New Orleans against Ray Nagin. Do you see that? And of course, he was part also of the prosecution of Governor Edwin Edwards. So do you see that there's that this might be a return to that kind of thing where there's a focus on corruption, the fact that they are charging the sitting mayor of New Orleans now?
Hard to tell. There was unquestionably a focus on public corruption when I was a federal prosecutor. We had an entire unit devoted to doing those cases, along with different squads at the FBI and other law enforcement agencies to do those sorts of cases. I think that where there's public corruption, they are charged with investigating it and enforcing it. I would agree with you, though, that in recent years there's been a dearth of those cases brought.
And they used to say that New Orleans FBI office was one of the 3 largest corruption offices of the entire Department of Justice across the country.
Yeah, I mean, they had an entire squad, maybe even 2, kind of devoted to doing public corruption cases, and unfortunately it was something that we have and had a lot of down here.
Yeah. So, at the very least, we know that there's a corruption case of some kind against the mayor now. We just don't know the details of it yet. Everybody is waiting desperately to see what is actually in the indictment that was handed up earlier.
David, if you can hear me, I have a question for Matt regarding the VAPI payroll fraud, which is in the form of wire fraud, in his indictment. The dollar amount of the, I guess, unauthorized pay that he received while not on duty was actually less than the tally in the Randy Farrell alleged bribes. Would that be a consideration? I think, what was it, $9,200 on the Farrell, if you tally it all up. It's less than that in what VAPI gained in unauthorized pay. That seems like, if we're saying that the Randy Farrell amount was kind of small for a federal indictment, wouldn't that be the same with the unauthorized overtime for VAPI?
Yeah, Mike Perlstein is asking if we see that the amount of money involved in the Farrell case is about $9,200, seems penny ante. What about the amount in the Jeffrey Vappy case that's allegedly part of the fraud that he allegedly committed? It's even less. So is it surprising to see such a small amount of money attached to the charges that we don't know what the charges are today, but so far the amount that we can quantify in this case is very small.
Yeah, I mean, if it's either the amount that's in the pending Farrell indictment or what we think might be in this one involving Officer Vappy, that's a small amount. And I harken back to prior public corruption cases that our office did. I mean, Ray Nagin had hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes from multiple people over the course of years, right? Edwin Edwards, I know that was even higher. The Jefferson family, again, was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So a public corruption indictment alleging, 9,000, 10,000, it's still serious. They're still federal felonies, but a little surprising if that's what the charges are.
So you hear there, the benefits are not just to the person who is allegedly receiving the bribe, but it's also the loss to the government, right? And so in the Nagin case, you had about $500,000, if I remember correctly, of bribes that were received by Nagin and his family, but there was also about $1 million, I think, in losses to the public that was alleged, correct?
Right. I mean,
and proven.
Right. I mean, in the Nagin case, and again, in typical public corruption cases, the official act that's taken by the public official is another way of measuring the law. So in that case, you may remember there were city contractors that received benefits, contracts from the city of New Orleans, and the argument is, Nagin's receipt of bribes tainted that process. Mm-hmm. And so the value of those contracts were in the millions. Right? And so one way of measuring the loss in those cases is how much were the value of these contracts. This process was tainted. This process was corrupted. It's not just the dollars that the former mayor received in that case. It was also the process that got tainted by the bribes.
Yeah, and we're not seeing anything beyond the amount of money that's been alleged in the previous indictments as any kind of benefit or loss to the city beyond what we're seeing. So that's, a grand total of something in the order of $16,000. between the two of them, that's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things compared to what we've seen in the past.
It's not, and that's what we were talking about earlier, which is, again, in a traditional public corruption case, you see bribes being paid to a politician and the politician undertaking some official act in exchange for those bribes. And usually the politician enriches him or herself in exchange for undertaking that official act. Assuming, and again, very early on, but assuming this is just the similar charges with Officer Vappy, this is a little bit different of a public corruption case, not your traditional tainting of an official act sort of a thing.
So again, Katie and Mike, the allegations might not add up to a lot of money, and we'll have to see what the details are, but it could be just as simple as an abuse of power type of thing if we're talking about the Ambrose situation, and we'll just have to see if that's included in this indictment.
Yeah, I mean, as you've mentioned and detailed with him, the question is, how big is this? And is this as out of the ordinary as it would be if it was the things that we think that it might be? So those are all great questions, and thanks so much for all of that reporting out there, David. We appreciate it. We're going to come back to you in just a little bit, but we are getting reactions from across the political spectrum at this hour. It is just before 2 o'clock, and again, we are expecting a news conference at 2:45 from the U.S. Attorney's Office, possibly involving the FBI here in New Orleans. And so we want to hear from some of these officials who are starting to comment on this situation. Mayor LaToya Cantrell indicted. She is the mayor of New Orleans, for those of you who are joining us from other parts of the country at our Tegna sister stations. But let's get to some of the reaction that has been coming in. This is from New Orleans City Council member in District E, Oliver Thomas. The announcement today reminds us of the need to let the justice system work in a fair, timely fashion and without regard to politics or preference. I'm praying for Mayor LaToya Cantrell, her family, and for all New Orleanians. Of course, Oliver Thomas dealt with his own federal investigation at one point, so he continues to say these are critical times for our city to get back on track and to stay focused on building a city that works and thrives for everyone. Let us all hope for a swift resolution to the situation that will bring justice. He goes on to say, in this situation, he continued his statement that he is looking for unity. We must unify as a city and focus on the challenges that we face together. Oliver Thomas currently running for mayor of New Orleans after going through his own federal trial with a small dollar amount as well. I mean, the amount that he was convicted of taking bribes for was $10,000 as well.
Yeah, a little over $10,000, and
yeah,
he did serve time in federal prison for that, and he also refused to cooperate with the federal authorities against others, so he did not get the leniency that you get for being a cooperating witness. He served his full time, so he knows the stakes that the Mayor LaToya Cantrell is facing right now, in a very personal way.
It's very interesting because at the time that happened, Oliver Thomas was considered a favorite for mayor in the next mayoral election, and I think there was a huge amount of support for him, and then he was indicted by federal prosecutors, and as we heard from Matt Chester a little while ago, they choose not to indict in situations where it could affect a political outcome, but in the case of Oliver Thomas, it was when he was still a city council member, and so, he went in, he served his time, he has done much for the community since then, and is now back in that same position where he was before, and that is one of the front runners for the race for mayor of New Orleans.
And his resurrection after serving the time included getting back into politics, running in a different district. He is previously District B. He moved to Eastern New Orleans, ran for District E, and prevailed over an incumbent. So it shows that maybe the public's view of a federal conviction might be, say, different than the actual legal consequences.
Yes, and again, we also saw this situation with Jason Williams play out. The DA of New Orleans also indicted on federal charges involving his taxes and allegations of tax fraud, but he was acquitted. They went through the whole trial process. His law partner did get one smaller conviction out of the case, but Jason Williams was acquitted. He is still the DA. He's running for re-election and has been holding political office since then. So DA Jason Williams went through this. I think that's why we're hearing from so many of these city council members that the legal process really does need to play out before we make any conclusions about Mayor LaToya Cantrell. So.
And look, the big open question right now, and we hope to get this answered within, minutes,
yes,
is just what are the charges?
What's this about?
What's the substance here?
Yeah.
However, at a certain point, we do need to turn to the political ramifications. We have a hotly contested mayor's race for the successor to LaToya Cantrell. And let's just face it, some of the candidates have clearly distanced themselves from
yes.
her and her administration through votes on the city council.
Oliver Thomas, not one of them, however.
That's
Oliver
right.
Thomas has been a supporter of the mayor.
That's exactly what I'm referring
on the
to.
Council,
you have Helena Moreno, who's taken a stance mostly, vetoing Cantrell, policy, overriding vetoes, whereas Oliver
yes.
Thomas has been often on the other side,
yes.
Supporting the administration and LaToya Cantrell, and now that is almost certain to have some ramifications in the current mayor's race.
I also think we don't want to blanket it as just blanket support for Mayor Cantrell by Oliver Thomas. That has not been it. It has been on a case-by-case basis. He has sided with the mayor on some things where the rest of the council was coming out in opposition of her very strongly. So,
but let's go all the way back to the Pentalba apartment. He was one of
yes.
those who voted against removing it from use by the mayor.
Yes.
And it put him on the opposite side of an opponent in the mayor's race in the case of Helena Moreno.
Yes, and just to give those who are not from New Orleans who may be watching this a little perspective on the political climate here in New Orleans, this situation has gotten so polarized between the mayor and the city council for a number of reasons, including, not limited to, many of the things that have been investigated by federal investigators. It has become an incredibly polarized situation where you have the city council and the mayor battling it out over just about everything in the city, and
including filing lawsuits against each other.
Yes.
Some of these issues are being decided by judges, and we've
yes.
seen it gone there multiple times to civil court
yes.
to see school board settlements and other things get decided by the courts.
Yes, and Mayor LaToya Cantrell also having some of her powers stripped. But just into our newsroom, we have the charges that are against Mayor Cantrell. We just got this from the federal court records. These are the counts. Wow, 9 counts against Mayor LaToya Cantrell. Conspiracy to commit wire fraud, aiding and abetting, conspiracy to obstruct justice, obstruction of justice, aiding and abetting, false declaration before a grand jury. That indicates that she may have been called into a grand jury at some point, which we did not know that. Wire fraud, aiding and abetting is another one of the charges. Again, another count of wire fraud, aiding and abetting. Wire fraud, aiding and abetting counts 8 and 9. So 11, let's see. Hold on. There's 18 charges here. 18 count 17 and 18.
Is it differentiating between Cantrell and Vappy?
It just says this is the case against Mayor LaToya Cantrell. So maybe these are the case. There are 18 charges in all. We're just getting us into here into the newsroom. So bear with us as we work our way through this.
Yeah, so what this signifies is there appear to be 18 counts.
Yes.
These are the ones
involving
charged
the mayor.
against the mayor.
Yeah, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counts against Mayor LaToya Cantrell included in this indictment. The rest, which would be the other 10?
Because these are listed as double counts, that's 11.
You think that's 2?
11 separate counts against Mayor LaToya Cantrell.
11 separate
11 separate counts. And it's a range that seems to include the wire fraud that was part of the first Jeffrey Vappy indictment.
Absolutely. Let's go out to David Hammer. He's got some more information straight out of federal court. So David, what are you reading there as you look at this indictment?
Well, Katie and Mike, this is case 24-165. That's the same case number as the Jeffrey Vappy indictment last year. That means that this is a superseding indictment, and as you guys were just saying, it adds all of these charges against LaToya Cantrell, but this is not a new separate scheme. Isn't that what that means, Matt?
Well, Yes and no. It obviously relates to that case. They superseded in that case. It involves the same other defendant, an Officer Vappy. It looks like there's some additional charges. We still don't have a copy of it, but it looks like there's some additional charges. So probably the same scheme, but we need to see a copy of it.
Yeah, exactly. So we need to read the actual indictment before we can say for sure, but the fact that it's attached to the previous indictment means that it's not a totally separate scheme from what we already know has been charged against Jeffrey Vappy. It's an extension of that same case, correct?
Probably so, yeah.
Okay, so that's what we know for now. We're still trying to get a copy of the actual contents of the charges. Right now, we just have a breakdown of the charges, and we're going to try to read those as soon as possible. Back to you guys.
Yeah, David, you know, when I look at these charges, just the list of them, it looks like there are 2 counts of false declaration before a grand jury. So that begs the question, if Mayor LaToya Cantrell was actually called in and had to testify before the grand jury, or if she had to make some sort of statement. I mean, there are a lot of questions raised just by these charges on their face.
And consider the fact that we have the Randy Farrell indictment,
Yes.
in which the mayor could easily have been brought in to testify,
Yes.
as well as the Vappy indictment, in which she's clearly involved. We just don't know which of those cases she was brought to a grand jury to lead to 2 counts of false declaration before a grand jury.
Right. One of the things that, Vappy was charged with initially was lying to investigators, basically making false statements to federal investigators. And it was about whether or not the 2 of them were having an affair. The allegations are spelled out, in court records, including text messages that were exchanged between the 2 of them that were the basis of establishing that foundation that they were, in fact, having an extramarital affair because of things that had been surfacing, including this photo that's on your screen right now of the 2 of them having a very lengthy wine-filled dinner at the Tableau restaurant in the French Quarter. So that indictment against Jeffrey Vappy spelled out how federal prosecutors were establishing, at least to get probable cause to charge Vappy. They were trying to establish that there was that relationship between the mayor and Jeffrey Vappy. So that's all spelled out in court documents. And now with these new charges that we just found out about in federal court records, the mayor, LaToya Cantrell, charged with 2 counts of false declaration before the grand jury. That is significant, Mike.
And really interesting how these charges are listed. We have the conspiracy, and presumably that's going to be Vappy and Cantrell in the conspiracy.
Yes.
All of the other wire fraud counts are aiding and abetting.
All right, I just got this, Mike. We just got a very lengthy, information from the grand jury. The felony indictment. This is a felony indictment against Jeffrey Vappy and LaToya Cantrell. In this, it kind of details exactly what happened. And so when federal prosecutors make a case like this, they are very specific in these court records. They want the public to know what exactly it is, usually, that is the foundation for why they have charged someone, especially in a case of this magnitude. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, we certainly can see that that's a lengthy indictment.
I can't even tell you how many pages. Let's see, 45 pages.
That is extremely long and presumably detailed. We can go through, and we will in fact report on the specifics of these individual charges of 11 against the mayor, added to what we previously saw in the original indictment against Vappy.
This is interesting, Mike. This June 28th, 2024, this alleges that the defendant, LaToya Cantrell, while under oath testifying, and I'm quoting here from this indictment, testifying in a proceeding before a federal grand jury of the United States of the Eastern District of Louisiana, knowingly did make the following false material declarations. A, Cantrell produced all records responsive to the July 18th subpoena maintained on her personal devices. B, Cantrell was unaware of additional records in her possession, custody, or control that had been withheld from production in response to that subpoena. To Cantrell's knowledge, no responsive documents had been withheld from production. So I think at issue here is whether or not the mayor withheld some of her communications from federal prosecutors and then testified to that fact before a federal grand jury in 2024, so last year. This is very interesting information. Again, we're just really starting to work our way through this as we're sitting up here.
And I think that's the first that we've heard that the mayor herself was called in to appear before the grand jury.
Yes, and all of this, of course, related to a man who is her former bodyguard with the New Orleans Police Department, Jeffrey Vappie. I mean, the allegations began with the two of them having an extramarital affair. The allegations, that's among them. And so, you know, this information that we're just getting as we're live here on WWL TV and WWL Plus is new to us. So we're just kind of trying to work our way through it as we sit up here. So, you know, I think most of us are going to be surprised by the fact that we did not know that the mayor was actually called before the grand jury in July of last year. I think we have been continuing to hear musings about this investigation.
Let me just list, as we go through the details of this very voluminous, it looks like a full 45 pages. We have headings that include Cantrell's travel.
Wow.
Vappie's official travel with Cantrell, the Pentalba apartment, and now the federal grand jury investigation, for which there are 2 counts of the mayor allegedly lying to the federal grand jury.
And lying to them about withholding information from the federal grand jury about her communications. So that is really interesting. They are accusing her of lying to them and saying that she produced all the documentation that they had asked for in a subpoena, but she in fact didn't. That's the allegation.
And this spells out the conspiracy. It's under the heading of the manner and means of the conspiracy. It says that between not later than October 2021, Vappie and Cantrell carried on a personal and intimate relationship, which Vappie and Cantrell attempted to disguise by making Vappie's interactions with Cantrell appear to relate to Vappie's duties and responsibilities as a member of her protection team. It goes on to say
that's the cover-up of the alleged affair.
It goes on to say that they exchanged over 15,000 personal messages, pictures, and voice messages via WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. It's an encrypted messaging service that is actually owned by Meta, I believe, at this point. But WhatsApp is commonly used by people because it is encrypted. It's very difficult to get those records.
But it clearly signals that the FBI has painstakingly, we know, gone through Vappie's phone. We've seen that alluded to in previous documents. Now we have them, I guess, getting into encrypted messages, 15,000 personal messages, pictures, and voice messages via WhatsApp. That's substantial. It's a substantial amount of legwork by the FBI. They clearly did not leave any stone unturned on this relationship that they're now alleging is a conspiracy in these 11 counts against the mayor.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, this is very interesting. Of course, again, if you're just joining us, Mayor LaToya Cantrell has been indicted by a federal grand jury on 11 counts. It is related to the Jeffrey Vappie investigation. Her former NOPD bodyguard was indicted previously for essentially wire fraud, for putting down hours and getting city money for time that he didn't actually work.
All right,
in
so
addition,
this is significant because this now is under the conspiracy indictment charge that Vappie and Cantrell used their public positions to coordinate work trips outside of the state of Louisiana, which were paid for by the city of New Orleans, for the purposes of manufacturing Vappie and Cantrell to engage in personal and intimate activities at taxpayer expense. That's the language in the indictment. So this indictment goes all the way back to the travel controversy, the public money, the taxpayer money that was spent on both the mayor and Vappie traveling. And it looks like, according to the allegations, made to look like some kind of business purposes, actually to engage exclusively in personal and intimate relationship.
You know, this goes on and on and on in here in this 45-page indictment that the U.S. Attorney's Office is going to be holding a press conference on at 2:45 this afternoon. The U.S. Attorney and reportedly the FBI will be involved in that news conference to answer questions about this indictment. But, you know, there have been so many questions swirling about the mayor's travel for so long. It has just become almost a public joke at this point. And in here in this indictment, it talks about, I remember hearing about this, where the mayor canceled a trip to go to the U.S. Conference of Mayors trip in Miami in 2022. Instead, this indictment reads, at approximately the same time that she canceled the Miami trip, Cantrell booked a personal trip in which she traveled alone from New Orleans to Martha's Vineyard, a Massachusetts island, via commercial airplane, commercial bus, and public ferry to spend time with Vappie while he attended a conference paid for by the city of New Orleans related to his position on the HANO, the Housing Authority Board of New Orleans. He served on that board of commissioners appointed by Mayor LaToya Cantrell. So he was going to a HANO housing conference, and apparently the mayor went to go travel with him to spend time with him.
And fascinating to me personally, we broke that story.
Yes.
That Jeffrey Vappie, when he was appointed to the HANO board by the mayor, in what seemed like a stretch of any official duties with the police department, did in fact take that trip to Napa. We broke that. It's our exclusive story. Now it's contained in one of the counts in the federal indictment.
Yes, and it just goes on and on about different trips that they took. April 6, 2022, Vappie and Cantrell traveled from New Orleans to San Francisco for Cantrell to attend an environmental law conference that began on that weekend. Apparently, you know, there were charges, of course, made to the city of New Orleans for the travel for Vappie and Cantrell. I think they're sort of trying to establish here that the two were in a relationship, and so the two were traveling not on city business, but on personal relationship.
Right,
so,
made to look like professional business.
Yes.
And there's one line here, it says, Cantrell lied to members of the news media about the reason why she needed protection on her out-of-state trips.
Yes, interesting. Now, these are things that are debatable. These are things that, you know, unless they have direct evidence, which these messages, these 15,000 messages that the two exchanged on WhatsApp, if federal prosecutors have those messages, I think that is going to be problematic for the mayor and Vappie in defending themselves against these charges, depending on what those messages say.
Many pages here devoted to the mayor and her bodyguard coordinating travel so that they could be together, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes. Now, in here, it does also mention the petition for protection from stalking or sexual assault concerning the New Orleans resident who took pictures of Cantrell and Vappie, claiming that the resident had harassed Cantrell and was risking Cantrell's safety. Then that is mentioned in here, that the two Mayor just mentions that. It says that she filed a police report. Vappie was reassigned. It kind of details what has gone on throughout this federal investigation and what has happened with them. This mentions that, let's see, the federal grand jury investigation, it insinuates that Vappie was questioned in July of 2023 by federal investigators. That's mentioned in here about Cantrell and her protection and the protective detail that he worked for NOPD. So very interesting in here as we continue to go through this indictment. You know,
and going to the overt acts, and that's really, you know, where the rubber meets the road, the overt acts that would have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in court. It does include, as we speculated, those charges against Vappie for wire fraud, for being on the clock, collecting city pay, 4 times when the government alleges he was carrying on an affair with the mayor. And here are the overt acts, the list of payments, tally up the dollar amounts that Vappie was paid for what the government alleges was not official police duties.
Yes.
She is now aiding and abetting in these overt acts.
Yes, and what's interesting is that the public is going to find many of the things that they uncovered in these messages, very interesting. They're going to be of high public interest, including but not limited to the fact that it says that Vappie and Cantrell treated and these are all allegations, mind you, these have not been proven in court. This is an indictment. Again, everyone's innocent until proven guilty, but this indictment does say Vappie and Cantrell treated the Pentalba apartment as their personal shared residence, with Cantrell often referring to it as our apartment when messaging Vappie. Chief Investigator David Hammer has been following this case, as we have over the past several years. He's joining us now with more on this very lengthy indictment, David.
Yeah, Katie, I'm here with Matt Chester, former federal prosecutor, and we were particularly focused on the 15,000 WhatsApp messages that they exchanged, because that was the subject of a question that Mayor Cantrell received when she testified before the grand jury, correct? It sounds like she was saying that she produced all of those messages, all the messages that were requested by the grand jury, but that turned out to not be the case.
Yeah, we're just reading it now, obviously, but the last set of charges in here allege obstruction, supplying false statements to a grand jury, swearing out a false affidavit to a grand jury, and they all essentially seem to be around whether she complied with the subpoena that required her to produce all of her communications, including these WhatsApp messages with Officer Vappie. The allegation here is she said she did it. The allegation is she actually didn't do it. The federal government was able to get it, obviously, other ways, and so that supplies the basis for the last 3 or 4 counts here in the indictment.
And swearing to a statement and testifying under oath to a statement to a federal grand jury, and them finding, essentially impeaching or allegedly impeaching your statements, that's serious, right? Or maybe you can talk about how serious that is in relationship to what we were talking about before about the dollar values and things like that.
Yeah, look, lying to a federal agent is a crime, lying to a federal grand jury is a crime, providing incomplete responses to a federal grand jury subpoena and certifying that they are complete is a crime, and that's what she's been charged with. They are serious counts. They are felonies. They are the sort of thing people go to jail for. They don't, however, have a monetary value associated with them, right? The government didn't lose any money by those false statements. It's just a separate type of conduct that is prescribed in federal law and is a felony.
What jumps out at you, Matt, as a former federal prosecutor, as a defense attorney, as the most serious charges, as I know you've just skimmed through this very lengthy 45-page indictment, 18 counts, 11 of them specifically related to the mayor. Which ones really jumped out the most to you?
Well, I think there's 2 things that I see in this indictment, and again, you're right, we're just looking at it for the first time. There's the conspiracy, there's the affair, there's the falsifying NOPD timesheets, saying he's on duty while he's on duty, and then there's the cover-up, right? The WhatsApp messages, the deleted messages, the saying you've complied with subpoenas and requests by a grand jury when, according to the government, she didn't. The cover-up always makes the underlying conduct worse. And
that's where some of these things, like mentioning that Michelle Woodfork did not get the appointment to become chief of the police department, and then Jeffrey Vappie met with her, appears to be allegedly part of a furtherance of a conspiracy?
Yeah, it is part of the conspiracy. It does signify that they were kind of a unit, that she was, allegedly taking retaliatory action. But again, the reality is, I read this indictment, is these 2 people had an affair. They were falsifying records, or allegedly falsifying records, to cover up that affair. And then when people started asking questions, they took further steps to cover up that affair. And that's the sum and substance.
Because she was warned by somebody who sent her a message saying, hey, this happened to the mayor of Nashville. Don't let this be you, Mayor Cantrell. And then she responded angrily, essentially, according to the indictment, saying, don't tell me what to do, or something to that effect, correct?
That's right. Those are the sort of things that, from a defense lawyer standpoint, will make it harder to defend in trial if this case ultimately goes to trial. It wasn't like she didn't know, as the argument would be. It wasn't like she wasn't warned. She didn't get specific communications. That being said, I do want to go back to what we talked about earlier, which is this is a little atypical from a public corruption case standpoint, right? This is not your typical bribes and kickbacks public corruption case. This is arguably people abusing their position, but people abusing their position to carry on an affair that they wanted to remain secret, arguably having financial impact on the city, but a little atypical from what we typically see.
And we do see a little bit higher values, monetary values laid out here, because it says allegedly that the city of New Orleans lost money that was paid to cover their expenses and their time and their travel, both of them, that should not have been, because it was actually being done as a part of their affair, allegedly, part of their free time as opposed to actually city business.
Yeah, so that's all going to be part of the trial if this case goes to trial, and it's pretty complicated. It's, there are allegations of falsified timesheets saying that Officer Vappy was on the clock when in fact the allegation is he wasn't. Those dollar figures are not very big, but there are references to trips that they both took that cost the city bigger dollar figures. Now, if you're a defense lawyer, you would say, well, he did provide some protection. It wasn't like they were doing this totally personal 100% of the time. So query whether the full value of those trips is really an appropriate calculation of the loss. But no question, it's kind of all tainted, and that's what the federal government is alleged here.
And is there a danger here from a prosecutor's standpoint that you alienate a jury by making it about so much about an affair, about a romantic relationship, which, people will say, you shouldn't be the morality police, essentially?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and this is what we were talking about earlier. John Edwards was indicted for using campaign contributions and campaign cash to hide a romantic affair that he was having on his wife.
He was a former senator and vice presidential candidate in 2004.
That's right, and I can't remember the results of the case, although I know he wasn't convicted. He was either acquitted or there was a hung jury and the government then decided not to retry it. But again, this is something we talked about. As a federal prosecutor, I think you're going to kind of assess the appealability of this case. How appealing is this to a jury? Obviously, there's some facts in here that are appealing to a jury, but at least in my experience, people understand the notion of lying when you're trying to protect something that personal, right? Doesn't mean it makes it right. Doesn't mean it doesn't even make it a crime. But it's a little bit different of a case than really somebody abusing their office to enrich themselves, which again is the traditional public corruption matters.
Right, and that was we're talking about a totally different time in the 1990s, but you think about the response, of course, when Bill Clinton was lying to a grand jury about his relationship with Monica Lewinsky. There was a lot of sympathy in the public for him, even though that was technically a crime to lie to a grand jury about his relationship.
Yeah, again, I think that people may find that sort of conduct despicable. People may find it immoral, wrong, whatever adjective you want to use there. But the question is, does it rise to the level of federal criminal conduct where somebody should be charged with felonies and go to jail? I think that's an open question. Certainly, according to this allegation, according to this indictment, there are allegations that appear to meet the elements, but it'll be up to the government to prove it at a trial.
And Katie, that's going to be the question now, right? Is what can they bring forward? Are they going to bring any more than this? Are they going to stick to just these four corners of this indictment when they bring this case forward? That's the question, whether we're going to hear anything else.
Yeah, that is a great question. There's so much shocking information that's contained in this indictment, including the content of those messages. And I think that appears to me to be the heart of the federal government's case against Mayor LaToya Cantrell. Is once they got those messages from WhatsApp, it appears they opened up a treasure trove of information about their relationship and about things that are included in here that are now, formed as federal charges. David, I know you're going to get over to that news conference that's supposed to start in about 20 minutes with the U.S. Attorney's Office. Yep. So we're going to let you go for now. But thank you guys so much for your reporting, and we'll get back with you in just a little while. In the meantime, investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein and I will continue to comb through this indictment with some pretty shocking things in here. Again, it appears that is just a treasure trove for prosecutors, those WhatsApp messages.
unbelievable detail. And one thing to note, referring to what we were speculating earlier, that the dollar amount for Vappy claiming he was doing police duties when he was allegedly involved in the relationship with the mayor, the way that they expanded the dollar amount on that is to include the travel, in which they are saying not one, but multiple trips were engineered for the two of them to allegedly carry on this affair.
Yes, and we've been able to establish a little bit of a timeline based on that. So let's take a look at that real quick. This is included in the indictment. Quote, in or around October 2021, Cantrell and Vappy developed a personal and intimate relationship. To hide their relationship from detection and to maximize their time together, Cantrell and Vappy exploited their public positions. I'm not sure if we have to develop and to implement a scheme to defraud the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Police Department by engaging in personal activities while Vappy claimed to be on duty and was paid for providing protection for Cantrell. In or around October 21, Vappy accompanied Cantrell to Scotland. Vappy would later reminisce in a WhatsApp message to Cantrell that the Scotland trip was, quote, where it all started. So this is the next little excerpt that we've been able to pull out from this indictment. The city of New Orleans incurred more than $70,000 in costs related to Vappy's purported work-related trips outside the state of Louisiana with Cantrell, including travel, lodging, meals, incidentals, and salary. Something that was shocking to me in this indictment, Mike, is that one of Cantrell's associates is detailed in here as telling her that the Nashville mayor had been indicted and convicted for doing almost something that is eerily similar to what we see alleged in this indictment. It was, having an affair, using public funds in order to continue that affair. And
remember, going back to the Vappy indictment,
yes,
it included some of his searches for movie titles and, how to basically cover up an affair.
Yes.
And now what is really significant in the false declarations before the grand jury, we have a Q&A with the mayor, and they, as they say sometimes the cover up is worse than the crime itself, very serious, it's a felony charge, lying to a grand jury. But it appears that the questions in this count 18 involve whether the mayor was coming clean with all of the text messages on her both business and personal devices. She, under oath, she is swearing that that was in fact true. The government is alleging otherwise.
Yes.
She signed an affidavit to that effect. That is listed in here. So they are clearly saying that in addition to these acts with the travel, with stays at the Pentalba apartment, that when the mayor was brought before the grand jury, when she's represented by counsel, when she's under oath, and when she's signing a sworn affidavit, that she was not being truthful.
Yes, and in here, I'm trying to find the page right now, but here it is. Item 117, between, in, or around October 2022 and in or around January of 2023, Cantrell manually deleted, this is allegations in the indictment, that she allegedly manually deleted thousands of WhatsApp messages she exchanged with Vappy. So then it goes on to detail whether or not Vappy, like you just mentioned, they obviously went through his search history with a fine-tooth comb. It says, on or about July 15th, 2023, the day after speaking with special agents to the FBI, Vappy visited the About Disappearing Messages webpage within the WhatsApp website's help center. So clearly they're trying to establish this conspiracy to cover up the affair that they were allegedly having, and including, but not limited to, deleting thousands of messages manually from WhatsApp in order to allegedly try and cover up this affair.
And this is when the mayor's clearly, gotten the signal that they are on this trail,
yes,
following the evidence, and she's being under subpoena to produce records. They're saying she did not produce all of them. She's brought before the grand jury to testify about it. They're saying she lied. She signed an affidavit. They're saying that was a lie.
Yes.
So the cover-up element here is extensive, and it just kind of goes to, you were mentioning,
yes,
how early on some of the dates are for this alleged affair, and it carried on actually, with a lot of news media coverage, one of the lines in this indictment was that she allegedly gave false statements to the media about the reasons for official travel.
Yes. Yes, and that's, we've heard a standard line about travel, that it was to promote government business, it was for legitimate purposes, going to the U.S. Conference of Mayors, furthering New Orleans' position in the world and in the city. And so, that is something that the mayor has continued to say about her travel, as it's been questioned extensively since her first term in office. I mean, I think those questions have been coming up for basically the entire second term of her being in office, is questioning how often she's out of town, major events happening in the city, and people questioning where's the mayor, and finding out later that she was out of town. And so obviously that led the public to question what was the purpose of all this travel, and this indictment alleges that much of this travel may have been for personal reasons.
And very interesting that they brought up the one travel to Napa,
yes,
which was somehow justified as some official business for VAPI. It would be interesting to see who was knowledgeable on the Hano side, the Hano board.
Yes.
Usually they travel, multiple members go to training conferences and the like, that we did not really see, I don't believe, I don't recall travel by the mayor on that particular instance, but this is laying out that they were coordinating, communicating on WhatsApp,
yes,
to be in the same cities at the same time,
it even
allegedly for the purposes of carrying on an affair.
Yes, and at that very Martha's Vineyard conference, it alleges that they exchanged messages about her where they were going to have lunch so that she would be out of sight. Because she traveled by herself to Martha's Vineyard to join him, allegedly. There's clear coordination here to hide what investigators are now calling a romantic affair.
And what they're laying out is quite extensive. And it really, there have been news media reports originally focusing on the use of the Pentalba apartment with VAPI as part of her executive protection detail,
yes,
accompanying her. They're now saying that that was part of the affair that they were covering up. Mm-hmm. That was happening very publicly in plain sight, always denials. We have a denial by VAPI lying to the FBI about the alleged romantic relationship, and now it's extending to the mayor. Not just one instance, but multiple instances, trips, Pentalba apartment,
mm-hmm, yes,
deleting WhatsApp, lying to the grand jury. This is an amazing swirl of allegations that all seem to revolve around an extramarital affair.
Yes, and we've seen it time and time again with people who are accused in situations like this. And Matt Chester talked about it a little bit earlier in our coverage about the fact that juries tend to be a little bit more sympathetic toward that because they can understand why people would want to cover something like that up. However, there are big questions in this indictment about the use of taxpayer funds and whether or not people's hardworking tax dollars were spent to further an affair and then to cover it up. And that really is the heart of the allegations here. Now, something that I did want to point out here, I went back and looked because I interviewed Mayor LaToya Cantrell in December of 2023. And I asked her, because we were hearing that federal investigators had requested communications of the mayors and that they were digging into much of this back at that time. So we were given the opportunity to talk to the mayor. I went in and sat down with her for a one-on-one and asked her whether or not subpoenas were being issued in all of these investigations that we had heard had been going on. So just to give you a little timeline there, I did that interview in 2023, December of 2023. It was right, just right after Christmas that we ended up doing that interview. And at that time, she said that she was fully cooperating with investigators, that she had turned everything over that they had asked for. She just kept using those words, fully cooperating, fully cooperating, fully cooperating. Well, now in this indictment, there's a pretty serious allegation here that she was not fully cooperating, and that she deleted a lot of that information. It implies here, that she deleted thousands of messages in WhatsApp around July. Well, no, that was July 15th is when Vappy was searching how to get messages deleted. But it says between in or around October 2022 and January 2023, that's when Cantrell was manually deleting thousands of WhatsApp messages that she had exchanged, excuse me, with Vappy. So I'll be curious to see what federal prosecutors say at 2:45 when we have this news conference, Mike, about that situation, and whether or not, these questions about her hiding things from the grand jury are those deleted messages.
And let's face it, when you start getting into the content of WhatsApp messages, including some photos that are actually included in this indictment, it then starts to touch on the personal. We saw that in the Vappy indictment,
yes,
in which they included something that appeared to be sort of a love letter to the mayor, in which he's also, charged with lying to the FBI about having a romantic relationship. Here is one of the exchanges on WhatsApp regarding a trip to San Francisco, in which Vappy allegedly texts on WhatsApp, "We need this," and the mayor allegedly replies, "Boy, do we need this." So they're really starting to touch on some personal details contained in this evidence.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, given that they found 15,000 messages exchanged between the two during the time period that they requested them, it begs the question, when did they get those messages? And, what did they know as they were moving through this process? I think what would be your first question for prosecutors when this when this news conference starts in a few minutes, Mike? We get a little water here. It's been talking a long time.
Oh boy, there are so many questions. I don't think I've ever, and I've seen a lot of indictments, public corruption indictments included. I cannot say I've ever seen one that revolves so heavily around an alleged extramarital affair. Now, where the feds come in with allegations that are violations of law, start with Vappy's timesheets. The mayor's accused in this indictment of aiding and abetting wire fraud. She's not herself accused of the actual wire fraud, but aiding and abetting times when Vappy was saying he was on police time collecting city pay to allegedly carry on this affair. It then extends to the travel in which they both coordinated, allegedly, to be in the same cities at the same time. That clearly ups the ante, so to speak, on the dollar amount, because that's taxpayer-funded trips. Remember, back when this was, let's just say, maybe cast in a more innocent light,
yes,
there were already questions about the mayor's number of trips, the extent of those trips abroad, including to foreign countries, and the fact that she brought sometimes two members of her security detail.
Yes.
How much security was actually needed? That was long before there were ever questions about a relationship with one of those members of her detail. So this was happening in plain sight. It obviously was discussed and debated publicly by the council. We saw her CAO weigh in and basically rule against her that the first class travel expenses above and beyond coach had to come out of her pocket and not taxpayers. And yet, beyond those dates, in which there was a lot of scrutiny by the news media, by our station, she continued, according to these allegations, to carry on, cover up, and eventually get dragged in front of a grand jury and allegedly lie.
Yes. Yes, I mean, that is there are so many questions that are raised by this indictment. Lily Cummings is joining us outside of federal court now. She has been waiting for this indictment to come in the clerk's office. Lily, we were all patiently waiting to see what these charges were going to be. I don't know that any of us expected it to be this extensive, but there are still a lot of questions.
Yeah, Katie, as we were waiting in the clerk's office for about an hour after the indictment was handed up, we were waiting for that to be posted online so that the clerk's office could hand that over to us. When they told me it was 45 pages, I think we were all a little surprised. Since then, I've been going through, reading through, just as you all have back at the station, looking at some of these allegations against both the mayor and her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy. Now, some things that I want to break down for viewers at home, just to explain kind of where we are at in this whole process. And I know, Katie, you've touched on this a little bit as well, but just because they have indicted the mayor at this point does not mean that she is guilty, right? This just means that a grand jury met and so many of them voted to say that this is worthy of an indictment, worthy of going to trial. So I was just talking with Matt, who you saw just a few moments ago with David Hammer out here, about what does this mean next steps. She is still the mayor of New Orleans. She is still going to be in her capacity as mayor for the rest of her term if she wishes. Now, there's always a possibility, he said, that she could step away from that office or that she could plead guilty. However, Matt feels that that's not likely in this case, but there's really nothing that the city council can do. I know a lot of our council members have been weighing in on this indictment in the last hour or so, sending statements to the newsroom, calling us, talking to us a little bit more about this. But she is still our mayor of the city of New Orleans. Of course, she only has months left in her term at this point. But Matt feels that it will be past that point once we've elected a new mayor, they've taken office, that all of this will play out in court. Next steps, of course, she will have to come to court and appear in front of a magistrate judge and everything like that. So she is just like any other defendant at this point. Now, do want to explain to viewers that she did not have to appear physically today at federal court. So, of course, we have not laid eyes on the mayor today since this came down. We did see her yesterday at the grand opening of the Trader Joe's here in New Orleans. So she was public and out front in front of the public yesterday at that event. However, today we have not seen her or gotten a statement, to my knowledge, from her staff from the mayor's office at this point. So that is where we are at. If you're looking for what are the next steps, what exactly does this mean for the city of New Orleans, Mayor LaToya Cantrell is still our mayor. She has not been found guilty at this point. She has only been indicted. Katie?
You know, Lily, that's a really important point to make, is that she has not been convicted of anything at this point. She is innocent until proven guilty, and so this is going to have to play out in court in the coming months. Thanks so much for kind of going through that with us. We appreciate it, and you're going to be standing by throughout the afternoon as we continue to cover this historic indictment of a sitting mayor. Obviously there's a heated mayoral campaign underway, Mike. That is the climate in which we are right now, is that, hot political situation. And now we have this sort of shocking indictment, detailed indictment against Mayor LaToya Cantrell.
And one thing to consider, given, I guess we could say, salacious details behind some of these charges, this is not only going to be national news,
yes,
but just imagine some of the spin that we might see that would reflect on the city of New Orleans.
Absolutely. I mean, when she's going to these places and meeting under political, under a political cloud, for political reasons, that's her representing the city, and to have it come out that she wasn't actually there to do the city's business, that is egg on our face just as much as it is.
Oh, she's going to conferences on a very frequent basis, sitting on panels, being the face of New Orleans.
Yes.
And now you could only look at some of that in light of what's alleged in this indictment.
Yes, and I think it's very clear that prosecutors have spelled out a case in here that essentially looks at all of this travel that she's been doing and puts it in the light of, not only is it an inappropriate use of taxpayer funds, but this is criminal. This is a criminal allegation.
That's the allegation. And it's interesting, I've actually had a couple of lawyers weigh in and text me that this is not a slam dunk for the U.S. Attorney's Office to have as the kind of central jumping off point for criminal charges an alleged extramarital affair.
Mm-hmm.
That you get into some really sensitive areas, what can and cannot be included as evidence. There
Yes.
are still privacy issues regarding some of this material.
Mm-hmm.
One thing just to note, because we had speculated on this somewhat extensively regarding getting into that NCI database for confidential information about Ann Bro.
Ann Bro, of course, is who took the photo of
photo,
Jeffrey Vappy
right,
and Cantrell on the balcony at the Tableau restaurant, which is across the street on a balcony from where Ann Bro used to live in the Pentalba apartments.
And Cantrell then accused Ann Bro in a request for a protective order that Ann Bro was stalking her, that Ann Bro has a history of violence, based on information that's not public. And while there isn't a specific count, it is folded into the count number 1, conspiracy. And it says clearly that she allegedly abused her position to obtain non-public information and then file a police report. You allegedly used the non-public information to seek a restraining order. So all of that we were speculating on based on, I guess, interviews recently within the last 2 weeks with Ann Bro and her attorney, sure enough, are now part of this indictment under the conspiracy count 1.
Now, what's interesting, Mike, you said that some attorneys have reached out to you saying that this is certainly not a slam dunk of a case, that this case still has a lot of work to go on it by federal prosecutors in order to prove the charges against Mayor Cantrell that were handed up today. Now, what's interesting is that the original charges against Jeffrey Vappy for essentially getting paid for hours that he did not work because of this alleged affair with Mayor Cantrell. He apparently was accused by prosecutors in that indictment of searching the Nashville mayor's information about her, that he was actually Googling the Nashville mayor and whether or not, their affair, she was having an affair with her bodyguard. Federal prosecutors charged her with theft in that case and then ended up resigning and making a plea deal with prosecutors in that case. Obviously parallels many of the things that we're seeing here. But it's interesting that he was Googling her a couple of years ago and trying to get information on that case. And so, now we see what's laid out in this indictment, and it's very clear that he had a reason for concern.
And it goes to the extent of looking, I guess, on the WhatsApp for how to erase or delete messages.
Yes.
A very large number of them laid out in this indictment. You got to almost start to look at this through the eyes of defense attorneys. So when anybody, say, travels on business, there are still times when you're staying overnight at a hotel or a meal that wouldn't necessarily be part of official business. You still have to eat and sleep and do maybe some of the interactions which are laid out as, an extramarital affair, can be considered private time.
Yes. And
not time on official business. You can carry on official business on a trip, a conference, and while you're, say, eating, sleeping, or even, engaging in some entertainment after the program is over, that would not necessarily be considered like official business and potentially not illegal.
Yes.
Now, once again, I'm just telling you what some defense attorneys are raising as some of the ways that a defense attorney might be able to, I guess, combat these allegations.
Yes, I mean, I know this comes up in court cases a lot, in that the judge will say to attorneys involved in the case, we are not the morality police. We're not prosecuting whether or not someone should or should not have had an affair outside of their marriage. What they're prosecuting are the crimes themselves that people are accused of. So in this case, we want to hear from federal prosecutors. They are taking the podium right now. So let's go live to the U.S. Attorney's Office where we can get more on this indictment of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming.
Low battery.
My name is Michael Simpson, and I am the acting United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Louisiana. Before we get started, though, I would like to introduce our law enforcement partners who are here with me today. Right next to me, to my left, is Jonathan Tapp, who is the special agent in charge for the FBI. Right next to him is Mr. Percy Giles, who is the assistant special agent in charge at the FBI. And next to Mr. Giles is Ms. Samira Maroney, who is the supervisory special agent that oversaw this case. Earlier today, a federal grand jury returned an 18-count superseding indictment charging New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell and former New Orleans Police Department officer Jeffrey Paul Vappy II. They are charged with a series of fraud, obstruction of justice, and false statement offenses for their role in a nearly 3-year fraud scheme that we allege exploited their public authority and positions. The indictment alleges that in October of 2021, Mayor Cantrell and Jeffrey Vappy, a member of her executive protection team, developed a personal, intimate relationship. From that time until Mr. Vappy's retirement in June of 2024, they embarked on a scheme to defraud the City of New Orleans and the New Orleans Police Department. By exploiting Vappy's job and Cantrell's authority as mayor to have the city and the New Orleans Police Department pay Vappy's salary and expenses during the times that Vappy claimed to be on duty, but when he was actually engaged in personal activities, usually with Ms. Cantrell, but sometimes alone at the Pentalba apartment. The indictment further describes the many steps that Cantrell and Vappy took to hide their scheme and to perpetuate their continued fraud, including using a secure messaging platform, WhatsApp. Specifically, Cantrell and Vappy used the WhatsApp platform to exchange over 15,000 messages, pictures, and audio clips in an 8-month period. They also used WhatsApp to intimidate subordinates, to harass a citizen, to lie to colleagues and associates, to delete evidence, to make false statements to FBI agents, to give the government an affidavit signed under oath that contained numerous false statements, and ultimately to commit perjury before a federal grand jury, all for the purpose of distracting and impeding inquiries and investigations into their activities, including a federal grand jury investigation. The superseding indictment, which we emphasize is merely a charge for which guilt must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law, alleges that Mayor Cantrell and Mr. Vappy perpetuated their scheme both in the New Orleans area and during out-of-state trips. In both instances, Vappy's activities, while claiming to be on duty, were conspicuously different than any other member of the Executive Protection Unit. While in New Orleans, Cantrell and Vappy treated a city-owned apartment in the Pentalba building as their own personal shared residence and coordinated to spend time together there, engaging in personal activities, all while Vappy claimed to be on duty for the Executive Protection Unit and was being paid to do his actual job. The superseding indictment also alleges that Mayor Cantrell and Vappy arranged for Vappy to accompany Cantrell on at least 14 domestic and international trips to maximize their time together and to engage in personal activities. In their private text messages, Mayor Cantrell characterized her trips with Vappy as both, quote, times when we are truly alone, close quote, and as what, quote, spoils me the most. These trips included a trip to San Francisco, which Vappy and Cantrell decided to extend for an extra day so that they could visit a series of Napa Valley wineries, While Vappy was wine tasting on April the 9th, 2022, he claimed to be working and was in fact paid for working a 15-hour day. In August 2022, Cantrell said that she would, quote, unquote, make it happen to have Vappy accompany her on a 3-day trip to Washington, D.C. for a 1-hour meeting, a trip that they both agreed they, quote unquote, needed. Shortly after they returned, Vappy described the trip to Cantrell as, quote, another leg on our journey, close quote, as he declared his love for her and their physical relationship. In total, the city of New Orleans paid over $70,000 for Vappy's travel on these trips alone. When asked about her reason for bringing members of the Executive Protection Unit with her on out-of-state trips, a practice that Mayor Cantrell began about 5 months after Vappy joined the Executive Protection Unit, she justified it as a quote-unquote pivot due to COVID and a matter of safety, in quotes. At the same time, however, she continued to take out-of-state trips without any EPU protection or Executive Protective Unit protection. In fact, on the same day, she gave one such statement. She canceled a work trip to Miami and instead traveled alone by plane, then bus, then ferry to the island of Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts to spend some time with Vappy. Vappy was in Martha's Vineyard attending a conference paid for by the city of New Orleans related to his position on the Hanno Board of Commissioners, a position to which Cantrell had appointed him just months earlier. On other occasions, when Vappy was unavailable to accompany Cantrell on a trip, Cantrell chose not to take another member of the Executive Protection Unit with her. The superseding indictment alleges that both Vappy and Cantrell were aware that their conduct broke laws, criminal laws. For instance, in April 2022, an associate of Cantrell's explicitly told her in multiple text messages that spending public funds and using public resources for her personal relationship was illegal. When Vappy and Cantrell learned that the news media was investigating their time together in the Pentalba, they agreed amongst themselves to be, quote, unquote, straight and together. Days after the first news stories broke in November of 2022, Vappy conducted numerous online searches for New Orleans area attorneys who specialize in the practice of criminal law. And he researched WhatsApp's security features. But the defendant's wire fraud scheme nevertheless continued all the way until Vappy's retirement in June of 2024. As alleged in the superseding indictment, in July 2023, the grand jury issued subpoenas to both Vappy and Cantrell, compelling the production of records. The FBI also interviewed Vappy, and during the interview, Vappy lied about the nature and circumstances of his relationship with Cantrell. In response to the subpoena, Cantrell produced a selection of responsive records, but none of the over 15,000 WhatsApp messages that she had exchanged with Vappy. Cantrell also created an affidavit, sworn under oath, that in 2021 she had activated a feature on her phone that automatically deleted messages. In support of that statement in her affidavit, Cantrell submitted a screenshot of her iPhone showing WhatsApp messages were set to delete in 24 hours. But in fact, Cantrell did not turn on that feature until December the 26th, 2022, roughly 1 month after the news media began speculating on her conduct. Moreover, this automatic deletion or quote-unquote disappearing messages feature only applied to new messages. During roughly the same period, Cantrell also manually deleted thousands of her prior WhatsApp messages with Vappy. As alleged, even at the time that Cantrell responded to the grand jury subpoena, she still possessed more than 50 pictures, including screenshots of correspondence with Vappy that were responsive to the subpoena, but which she nevertheless concealed from the grand jury. On his own, Vappy conducted online searches concerning WhatsApp and its security level, and by which time several people had already warned Vappy and Cantrell that their conduct was illegal. The indictment further alleges that Vappy and Cantrell continued their pattern of obstruction through the rest of 2023 and 2024. This obstruction included improperly pressuring the interim superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department to overrule findings of an internal investigation into Vappy's conduct. When the interim superintendent did not heed that directive, Cantrell ordered the interim superintendent to nevertheless reassign Vappy back to her protection detail. Months later, in a meeting that Vappy attended, Mayor Cantrell informed the interim superintendent that the interim superintendent would be replaced. Similarly, when a private citizen took pictures of Mayor Cantrell and Vappy together in public, dining and consuming alcohol al fresco, while Vappy reported to be on duty, Cantrell filed a police report and sought a restraining order against that citizen. This indictment does not allege that a relationship constitutes a crime. It also does not allege that the criminal activity occurred on merely a handful of discrete days, or that the behavior was limited to a small series of discrete actions. Rather, it reflects the prosecution of two public officials alleged to have engaged in a years-long continuing fraud scheme that used public money for personal ends by exploiting their power and their authority. The superseding indictment alleges that they perpetuated that fraud scheme by taking steps to keep individuals silent, to deceive subordinates, and to obstruct investigations into their relationship, including one conducted by a federal grand jury. I'd like to make several things clear, if I may. First, my office remains steadfast in its commitment to rooting out public corruption in any form without fear or favor within the Eastern District of Louisiana. And by the term public corruption, I mean public officials exploiting their positions and their power for their own personal gain. Public officials should be in their jobs to serve the public and not themselves. To do otherwise is a breach of the trust that undermines the public's faith and trust in their own government. Second, this investigation remains ongoing, and I would encourage anyone with information to come forward and to do so quickly. They can do so by contacting the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at fbi.gov, submit a tip. As I close today, I wish to emphasize that our investigations and our prosecutions go wherever the evidence takes us. Today's superseding indictment is the culmination of a lengthy and a deliberate investigative process in the ultimate pursuit of justice. No decision in this case was made lightly. I'd like to recognize the dedication at this time of the career prosecutors handling the case. To my right, Supervisory Assistant U.S. Attorney Jordan Ginsburg, who is Chief of the Public Corruption Unit, and AUSA Assistant U.S. Attorney Nicholas D. Moses of the Financial Crimes Unit and our Healthcare Fraud coordinator. These men were ably assisted by numerous staff members of our office who dedicated their time and energy to assist them. I also specifically recognize the supervision of Tracy Knight, who is our criminal chief and has done a wonderful job in supervising this investigation and this prosecution. Individually and collectively, I am proud of this office's collaborative, professional, selfless, and unrelenting efforts. But such a case as this requires really tremendous partnership, and we have been blessed to have such. I want to thank the members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's New Orleans Field Office, led by Special Agent in Charge Jonathan Tapp, and his team members, Assistant Special Agent in Charge Percy Giles, and also ably assisted by Supervisory Special Agent Samira Maroney. The FBI spearheaded this investigation and have been with us on this matter from day one. The tireless work of FBI's agents, analysts, and support personnel deserves very special credit. I'd also like to recognize the indispensable contributions made by the Cybercrime Lab of the Department of Justice's Computer Crimes and Intellectual Property section. Finally, I'd like to thank and recognize the New Orleans Office of Inspector General and the Metropolitan Crime Commission for their great cooperation in this case and their dedication to identifying and reporting corrupt and unethical activity by public officials. I'd now like to invite up to the podium to say a few words FBI Special Agent in Charge of the New Orleans Field Office, Jonathan Tapp.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Tapp, Special Agent in Charge of the FBI here in New Orleans. Unchecked public corruption undermines the roots of our great republic. The citizens of this nation expect their public officials to uphold the public's trust, and the FBI investigates breaches of that trust that constitute violations of federal law. The citizens of New Orleans work hard to provide for their families, and they expect their public officials to be honest stewards of those funds. And today's indictment outlines a betrayal of that trust by Mayor Cantrell and Mr. Vappy. The FBI has a duty and obligation to investigate and work with the U.S. Attorney's Office and our partners to hold individuals accountable who put their interests ahead of those they've sworn to serve. No one is above the law. The charges outlined today are very serious, and they emphasize the importance of accountability. Today's superseding indictment is the result of painstaking work by FBI special agents, forensic accountants, and analysts who investigated every lead and piece of evidence discovered in this case. A strong criminal case is built on facts, and the investigative process to uncover those facts, bless you, can take days or even years. But the FBI is committed to the people of New Orleans and Louisiana to methodically address every element of an investigation, and that's exactly what we did here. The indictment speaks for itself and outlines just some of the information uncovered in our investigation. The full scope of the investigation will become available through the adjudicatory process. I want to thank the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Louisiana, and especially the Computer Crimes and Intellectual Property Section Cybercrime Lab and its critical assistance here. I also want to thank the Metropolitan Crime Commission in particular for its help along the way. We appreciate the public's interest in this case and encourage anyone with information about this case or other violations of the public's trust to call the FBI. We can't do this job alone. With the help of the public and our partners, we'll continue to carry out our mission of protecting the people of Louisiana and the United States. Thank you.
So everyone, I guess this is the time for you all to do your work. We have time for some questions. Of course, I listened to my manager right there, Shane Jones. So, but please feel free to ask away, and forgive me if I drink water during the
Mr.
process.
Simpson?
Yes, sir.
David Hammer, WWL. Did you take pause at all about bringing criminal charges that at the heart are based on a romantic relationship, especially with the first woman mayor of the city of New Orleans?
To me, it's irrelevant that it's romance or that it's female. What is relevant is that it is an incredible breach of the public trust. It's an incredible betrayal of people's confidence in their own government, and it's a violation of innumerable federal criminal laws. That's what's important to me as a prosecutor. My job is to participate in the investigation and prosecution of federal law. Who breaks federal law and their particular characteristics is really irrelevant to what we do. We follow the evidence, we follow the law wherever it leads, and we do our jobs.
Mr. Simpson, can you please speak to the Gabby Cox statement? Can you speak to some of the challenges in prosecuting this case, as there's been denial after denial, of course, related to also having false statements in front of the grand jury? And then also, if you could speak to it all, whether the grand jury has been released from a subpoena, if they're going to continue to sit and hear more aspects of this case at all, or if there is any other grand jury proceedings pending?
Well, I can't comment on the grand jury because of, obviously, very strict grand jury secrecy rules and regulations. What I can say is that the investigation in this matter is decidedly ongoing. And whatever leads, whatever information we get that is actionable, that we can develop into evidence that indicates additional federal crimes or individual players in any or all of this, we will pursue.
Thank you. And then the first part of my question about how, the challenges of just, of constantly, in your own words, making false statements in front of the grand jury. I mean, what are the challenges to be constantly kind of reiterated by the mayor that the allegations are false?
What are the consequences? The consequences are criminal. And when they become criminal, when the falsity of those statements is established by evidence, it proves their falsity. That's the consequences. And people can say what they want, clearly in their own defense, and the mayor is absolutely correct in exercising her right to do so. What I would say is the ultimate judge of all of this is the evidence that we have developed that forms the basis of this superseding indictment.
Cassie
Thank
Sherman,
you.
WDSU. So in the documents, it alleges other people knew about these actions. Could there be any more indictments further past this from public officials?
Well, I can't answer that right now because, as I indicated, our investigation continues. So the possibilities are open. We don't know. I can't predict one way or another, and I'd be inaccurate if I said I had any sense of that. But I assure you, when I said that this is still a vital and ongoing and active investigation, it is.
The people that you guys were seeing the text messages that were warning the mayor, did you guys talk to them in person or have an interview?
I think the reason why we have evidence is because it is supported by reality. So I won't comment on specifically the evidence, but one thing I've learned as a federal prosecutor over a long time is that you really don't say anything unless you can back it up pretty definitively.
And then my last question, just real quick. In the past, the mayor has said these allegations have been politically motivated. What would you say back to that?
I'd say that's a nice defense. That's a defense that you would use in court.
The dates of the charges go back to 2024, or go as late as 2024. Why not wait until she's out of office in just a few months? And are you concerned about how having a mayor under indictment will affect the administration of the city of New Orleans?
Yeah, again, my mandate as a prosecutor really deals with when the evidence and the facts and the circumstances reach a point of rightness so that a prosecution is mandated, we act. I don't think in terms of the political calculus, particularly, because that's not my job, that is for someone else. But the excellent prosecutors and the law enforcement partners that we have, our jobs are very different. We go after lawbreakers, and especially in this city, public corruption has crippled us for years and years. And this is extremely significant to act when the evidence demands it, and that's what we're doing.
Mr. Simpson, James Finn at the Times-Picayune.
This is the last question.
Okay, the administration at the bureau level and at the level of the Justice Department is pretty demonstrably refocused away from public corruption investigations. Did that have an effect on this investigation, and did it present any challenges?
I don't, in our office, the reality is that whatever cases we have, if we have sufficient evidence, be it public corruption, be it violent crime, be it financial crimes, we do it. Whether there is an initiative by a particular administration one way or another, it doesn't make any difference. If we have a crime that we can prove of any sort that is a violation of federal criminal law, that's what we do. We investigate it, we build a case, and when it comes to the point where we feel like we have proof beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every count that is alleged or crime that is alleged within that indictment, then we do our jobs and we prosecute it.
Mr. Simpson, what's the timeline for next steps?
The timeline for next step would be really the timeline. Are you talking about proceeding to court?
I mean, eventually, you've got summits, you've got a couple, what's your next interaction with Mayor Cantrell? And eventually getting to court, what's your timeline there?
Well, apparently the next step would be an arraignment for her. And there's, of course, a bond procedure. And from there, it proceeds as any other federal criminal case would go. There are a plea of clearly not guilty would be entered, as they always are. And then trial dates would be set, discovery would occur, which is obviously the exchange of documentation and information between the government and the defense and vice versa. And then it goes from there to however it resolves, be it in a courtroom, at trial, or whatever else the options are, a plea or what. And there will be motions, legal motions filed continuously during this process, of course, to shape the direction of the case.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Quick clarification on the text messages.
All right, that of course is acting U.S. Attorney Michael Simpson. He is talking about the historic indictment of Mayor LaToya Cantrell of the city of New Orleans and her former bodyguard.
I think when you read the indictment and get a chance to really study it, it'll answer that question for you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, he's wrapping up there and taking a couple extra questions
Appreciate
as he
it.
heads out the door.
Thanks,
so
all of you.
we're just listening in case he has something else urgent to say. But that again, Michael Simpson, the acting U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Louisiana, announcing this historic indictment of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. That is why we are interrupting programming this afternoon. That is why we are joining you on WWL Plus and streaming from anywhere. To bring you the very latest on this situation. Now, the acting U.S. Attorney was there, joined by the head of the FBI, Jonathan Tapp. He is the special agent in charge right now of the FBI. One of the things that Michael Simpson had to say is that, quote, times when we are, is that this is an affront to justice in that Mayor LaToya Cantrell was violating the public trust in a very large way, and that is why they decided to move forward with this prosecution right now. He was asked by Chief Investigator David Hammer about the timing of this indictment, in that she is obviously still a sitting mayor right now, and why not wait until she's out of office in a few months. Basically, what he had to say was that public corruption needs to be addressed whenever they have enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they feel like someone has committed a federal crime. So basically, he made it sound like they don't really take that into consideration, that, once they build their case, once they make their case, then that's when they move forward with an indictment.
And in addition to the timing, we also had a question from David about the, degree. Some of this could, be seen as stemming from an alleged extramarital affair.
Yes.
So what were the stakes to the public? And the acting U.S. attorney addressed that by saying this was not just an affair, but a, quote, years-long continuing fraud scheme.
Yes.
In which the mayor and her police bodyguard, Jeffrey Rappy, are accused of, quote, abusing their power and authority.
Yes.
So he seemed to have a ready response that this was high stakes, a high level of public corruption as laid out in the indictment.
Yes.
They, in fact, put a dollar amount on the travel by Vappy alone to accompany the mayor in instances where they're alleging it was for continuing their personal relationship and not city business at over $70,000.
Yes.
So that's substantially more than the dollar amount of, I think it was $7,200 or so on the time he was getting paid for police duties in which he was allegedly engaging in this affair.
In this extramarital affair, yes. Now, the U.S. attorney did say that this was not an indictment of someone having an affair, that's not the issue. The issue is the violation, the gross violation, essentially, of the public trust in this case. Here, the U.S. attorney was questioned again about why bringing this indictment now. One of the things that he did have to say was, he said, in this city, public corruption, and I'm quoting here, has crippled us for years and years. And so implying there that the time to act was now, whether that's when somebody's about to leave office, whether that's someone just took office, but in a city where we have a history like this, then, the time to act is now.
Right,
So,
and that's not an official, element within the indictment, but
No.
it's simply casting this in light of what he's calling a history of corruption that erodes public confidence in our elected officials.
yes, and Chief Investigator David Hammer was at the news conference. Obviously, he was asking some questions of the U.S. attorney. He's joining us now live with the latest on what you heard this afternoon. David, were you surprised by what you heard?
No, I wasn't surprised. I mean, Mr. Simpson said in his planned remarks that the charges against the mayor were not about the relationship that she had with Jeffrey Vappy. They were about the essential cover-up or the alleged cover-up of that affair and the use of public funds to do that, and the use of public funds to carry on the alleged affair and to allegedly cover it up and keep people from knowing that they were spending that time together and charging the public for it. That's why I asked those specifically about whether they had any concerns about bringing those types of charges. Obviously, bringing those charges means having to then go to court and convince a jury to convict based on charges that really stem at their core from a romantic relationship. And so that's why I asked him that. And he said, we're not going to be driven by those kinds of concerns. We're going to be driven by whether laws were broken, and they believe that laws were broken. They believe they have plenty of evidence of that, and they believe that it was public corruption because it cost the taxpayers money for them to carry this on. So that was his essential response. I was not surprised by it at all.
It's very interesting. Also interesting to me was that the FBI special agent in charge said that this is just some of what the FBI uncovered in their investigation, and he hinted that we would hear more in court, David.
Exactly. He said that it's the adjudication process where we will learn more. We also heard from Simpson that they are looking for more evidence, that this is an ongoing investigation where if there's additional evidence that can be gathered, potentially more charges could be brought. We know that this allegation, this indictment, was a superseding indictment, meaning that they had already charged Jeffrey Vappy last year in that indictment, and then they added these charges on specifically against the mayor. So this is not set in stone before a potential trial. This could be a living, breathing document that they could add to in the future. But absolutely, they continue to investigate this, and the FBI made that clear.
David, thank you so much. We know you're going to continue to comb through this indictment and bring us more as this breaking news situation continues. Now, Lily Cummings joining us live outside of federal court at this hour. She has Matt Chester with her. So, Lily, what did Matt have to say about what the U.S. attorney told us just moments ago?
Yeah, so Matt was able to comb through this indictment more while that press conference was going on. What takeaways do you have now that you were able to give it a little bit more closer attention?
Kind of a lot of the same of what we first saw at the beginning. I mean, again, most of the charges appear to relate to the affair they had, the falsification of timesheets. There's a lot in here about what the government would call the obstructive conduct to lie about the affair. Right, her testimony before the grand jury, the affidavit she did, certifying her production was complete, when in reality, according to the government, she didn't produce these WhatsApp messages. So what you see a lot in here that is going to be problematic for her if this case goes to trial is the kind of after-the-fact conduct to hide the affair. Again, people might understand that, but when you're talking about federal grand juries, federal law enforcement, those are just things you typically don't mess around with, and they can be violations of federal law. So that kind of stuck out to me as I went through it a little closer.
And you said if this goes to a trial, kind of explain to folks watching from home what comes next, because people are really wondering, what does this mean for me as a citizen of New Orleans finding out that my mayor was indicted today?
Sure. So, I mean, in terms of the legal process, she's treated like any other defendant. So she's now been indicted by a grand jury. Grand jury essentially just votes to determine whether or not there's probable cause for the case to continue. They have voted, in that way. So she is now a defendant like any other defendant. She'll have what we call an initial appearance or an arraignment before a magistrate judge, probably in the next week or two. She will come in. She will, acknowledge that, she is the LaToya Cantrell that's been named in this case. She'll likely be given a bond as opposed to being detained, right? So she'll be able to leave that day. And then the case will proceed like any other criminal case. She'll have a lawyer. Her lawyer will have the opportunity to file motions, and ultimately a trial will be set, and she'll have her day in court. She'll always have the opportunity to plead guilty if she wants to do that. But if not, she'll have, like any other defendant, her day in court to be able to disprove these charges or put the government to its test to prove them.
And it's my understanding that if she does plead guilty, the council has every right then to remove her from her office. Is that true?
So my appreciation is she can resign, and if she's convicted before the end of her term, there is certain provisions in New Orleans Home Rule Charter that will allow the council to appoint somebody to fulfill her term, the remaining months of her term. Again, we're talking about 5 months left, I think, till the election, or a handful of months left till the election. So seems kind of unlikely that all of that will take place short of her resigning. But there is a procedure if she is convicted or wants to resign to appoint somebody to fill her term.
And Matt, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but talk to the folks at home. We were talking about, is this politically motivated at all? Because there will be some folks that wonder if it is.
Yeah, I mean, I can only talk from my personal experience. As hard as some of this may be to believe, particularly in our politicized atmosphere that we have here today, none of the charges, at least in my personal experience, against any defendant, Republican, Democrat, City of New Orleans, parishes outside New Orleans, were done with an ounce of politics involved. Most federal prosecutors view their job very responsibly and approach it very ethically. I would be surprised if there was any politics involved in this decision. They're there to decide whether or not federal law was broken, and if so, they're there to try to hold people to account. In this case, they made the decision that they felt this to be sufficient enough to ask a grand jury to return an indictment, which they've done. But at least in my experience, politics doesn't enter the equation.
And I want to talk about the monetary amount that's listed in this indictment for folks to really understand. It alleges that Vappy spent about $70,000 going on trips with Mayor Cantrell. But as you said, some of that could have been while he was on the clock, being her bodyguard. Kind of talk about that $70,000 number in perspective for folks to understand.
Yeah, so in federal criminal cases, a lot of what drives the ultimate disposition of a case, if a defendant is convicted, and again, every defendant is innocent until proven guilty, but if a defendant is convicted, a lot of what drives what their ultimate punishment may be is the monetary amount at issue or the loss at issue. There's references in here to $70,000, and my understanding of that, as I've read it, is that's the amount the city had to pay for Officer Vappy to travel with the mayor. I think there's an open question as to whether all of that amount is somehow tainted or subject to being calculated as part of any sort of punishment here. Presumably, at least some of the time, Officer Vappy was providing executive protection detail, and so you might argue, if you were his lawyer, that this $70,000 figure is kind of an inflated figure. There are smaller figures in this indictment, the kind of NOPD timesheets that he was filling, the overtime, that sort of a thing that was approved. Those are smaller figures that seem a little bit more concrete to me, but certainly it's in there. The government may believe the whole thing should be tainted, and of course it'll be on them to prove that.
What is the mayor's best defense at this point?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know enough to be able to answer that. There are things about as I talked about earlier, the obstructive conduct that I think are going to be difficult for her. If she was filling out affidavits testifying before a grand jury that she had complied with a document subpoena from a federal grand jury and she did that falsely, those are going to be difficult things for her to kind of combat against, right? Typically, you might have a defendant say, I didn't produce these, but I didn't do it knowingly, meaning I wasn't aware of it. If I made a mistake, I made a mistake, but that's different from falsifying something, right? But as to the underlying issue, which is Officer Vappy, the affair, and his NOPD paperwork, I think if you're the mayor, and again, the facts will play out in court, query how close the mayor was to what Officer Vappy was doing with respect to those timesheets, right? Certainly it sounds like the allegation is that he filled them out, he submitted them, he got paid for that time, but the government is going to have to tie the mayor to either knowing that occurred or that it it's reasonably foreseeable as part of this conspiracy that occurred, and that's going to be a little harder. So I think if you're the mayor, you might say, look, I don't know what he did with respect to those timesheets. That might be on him, and he'll have to handle that. I was a step removed, so that could be a defense they have. But again, there's a lot we don't know yet, and it'll play out in the coming months.
I do want to ask you, in this indictment, we see some personal text messages that are exchanged between Vappy and Mayor LaToya Cantrell. We also see some photos, pictures of rings. We see pictures while they're on some of these trips. What level of privacy does she have now that this is out there? I mean, this indictment is public record.
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think I have two minds about that question. The first is, she's a public official, right? And if she is out there doing the public's work, then, undertaking official business, there's an argument that those are the public's emails. Those are the public's communications. They are entitled to know that, right? She is being paid by the citizens of New Orleans. So I think that there's part of this that you can understand encompasses her public office, and the citizens would have a right to kind of get some of that. We all are also private individuals too, even politicians. And this is what we were talking about earlier. There's something about this case that's kind of so intimate between the two of them, right? That to answer your question, does she have a right to privacy? I think to a limited extent, she's a public official, so she gives up some of that right. But I think if you're her lawyer, one of the defenses I assume her capable lawyer is going to make is they had an affair. They made a mistake. They didn't want it to become public for a variety of personal reasons. And again, this is something we chatted about earlier. people tend to understand that, okay? That doesn't make it right, that doesn't even make it legal. But people tend to understand that. So certainly this is part of the government's evidence. I expect this and probably lots of other text messages or WhatsApp messages will come out. But it's kind of a mixed picture as to whether she's entitled to some level of privacy, and even if she isn't, whether a jury might have some sympathy on that point.
All right, and 15,000 was the number of WhatsApp messages that they said that they read through in this indictment. Matt Chester joining us here at federal court with an update on this indictment. Katie, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Really, I think one thing that's really significant that the U.S. Attorney's Office pointed out related to something that Matt said was that Cantrell did not take a bodyguard with her on some of those trips that Vappy could not attend. So that kind of goes to Matt's point about whether or not, you know, he was working as a bodyguard or kind of what the intent of the trip was. So essentially saying if Cantrell didn't need a bodyguard at all, why was Vappy there? Maybe worth asking Matt about that.
Yeah, so Katie's saying that on some of the trips it's noted that Mayor Cantrell did not have a bodyguard, and then she obviously has Vappy with her sometimes. Does it say something that she didn't necessarily need a bodyguard for certain trips?
Certainly, and that's going to be the government's position, right? The argument here, kind of diffusing what I had said earlier, is going to be, you know, if you really needed him for executive protection, how come on these 3 or 4 or 5 other trips you didn't bring him along, right? And so the kind of reading between the lines there, the deduction there is going to be you brought him along not for any executive protection, but you brought him along as a personal companion. And I think that there's going to be some force to that. The government put those allegations about those other trips where he wasn't involved for a reason, and I'm sure it's that one.
Matt, we've seen our city council take steps to, you know, ban alcohol that's reimbursed that city officials drink, right? We've seen them try ban travel and things like this. Do you think that now that this indictment is here, it's in black and white, we're able to read what exactly she's alleged of doing, that maybe the city council will go back and add some ordinances that kind of restrict public officials more?
Yeah, I mean, kind of as I think about this indictment, right, again, the underlying conduct is an affair, which violates, according to the indictment, NOPD policy. It violates kind of other policies and governing public officials in the city of New Orleans where there's public dollars at play. So it's not like there aren't these sorts of ordinances already in place. They are there. I don't know kind of what you can do from a city council standpoint to prevent people from having affairs, right? So I think that there are some of those ordinances. Certainly, as you mentioned, the council has taken steps in recent months and years to rein in the purse strings and the ability of the mayor to spend public dollars. That might be worth looking at. Maybe some guardrails around the use of executive protection, which does cost the city some money. Those are things I think they could look at, but at the core of this case is it's an affair between 2 people. Hard to kind of govern that.
Sure, absolutely. All right, Katie, we will send it back to you from federal court. Thank you, Matt, so much for answering all our questions.
Yeah, Lily, thank you. That's great stuff from him. And, you know, I think there are so many questions that remain about this situation that we're going to be asking them in the days and weeks to come. But I think one of the biggest questions that we have now is what will Mayor LaToya Cantrell do? You know, she has dug her heels in every time she's faced one of these controversies, you know, proclaimed her innocence, strongly, vehemently denied that any of this was related to covering up an alleged affair or related to any personal business. She has continued to maintain that this was travel that was legitimate. It was, you know, to move the city forward and to do the city's business. So it'll be interesting to see what her response and reaction to this is. Of course, it's a major distraction for the mayor, and I know that, you know, that's going to come into play as we move through the next 5 months of her administration. It's going to be difficult for her. But let's bring Mike Pearlstein back in to talk about some more about this indictment. As we've been sitting here, you've been combing through it. I think one of the most important questions in this indictment revolves around whether or not she destroyed evidence And that's usually one of the most serious charges that people face is, number one, lying to the grand jury allegedly, and destroying evidence and deleting those text messages and not turning over messaging, including the WhatsApp messages, to federal prosecutors whenever they initially had issued a subpoena asking for her communications with probably Vappy.
That's right, and you can see in the indictment that there are two different overt acts stated. One was not complying with the subpoena for documents, not turning over everything she had in her possession. The other is lying to the grand jury with testimony and an affidavit. So coming in two different forms, documents as well as her testimony. It does then go on to include those 15,000 WhatsApp messages and her attempts to erase those, looking up the security features on the phone on how to delete. And apparently she made, I guess, a kind of error. Many of us are tech novices when it comes to figuring out the details of the apps on our phones. And she, I guess, went ahead and activated something that would delete WhatsApp messages, not realizing that it doesn't go back in time to delete prior messages, many of which are quoted and cited in this indictment.
Yes, and then it goes on to say that she went on to delete thousands of messages that were included in WhatsApp manually after, enacting that feature that allows you to automatically delete those messages. And I'm not sure if we have the interview that I did with Cantrell queued up several years ago when we first started hearing about federal investigators asking for those communications. She had a very lengthy response to my questioning about it. Do we have that interview that we can queue up and show to people? We're going to get that in just a minute. But
and while we're waiting for that, and that was one of the last extensive sit-down interviews that the mayor has done. She's been largely out of the public eye. Those Wednesday press conferences in which she would hold forth and answer all questions have long been abandoned.
Yes.
Now, in light of this, and not just the 11 counts against her, but the nature that goes into, I'll just read one of these regarding the messages. Quote, Vappy and Cantrell repeatedly said they loved each other and discussed their physical and intimate relationship. So my question for you and anyone in the media is, how does she present herself to the public in any form in light of what we're reading in this indictment?
I think that is a great question, and doing the city's business after allegations like this released in a federal indictment of a sitting mayor would make it extremely difficult, I would imagine, to continue doing the city's business to the level that I think the citizens and taxpayers would expect. Now, maybe she can, maybe she's thinking, these are false allegations, that she, again, was doing the city's business, doing the city's business in all of these 14 trips that she's, accused of taking with Jeffrey Vappy for personal reasons on the public dime. Maybe she will just continue to proclaim her innocence and continue to work. I mean, I think there are a lot of questions that we haven't been able to ask her in particular, and that I think, the residents of New Orleans are going to expect to hear from her soon.
And we have seen the pattern of her behavior is combative when she has clashed with the city council over things like travel, over the Pentalba apartment. She's often
things listed in this indictment.
Things listed in this indictment. She has often doubled down and taken a combative stance. It becomes much more difficult when some of those things are now part of a federal indictment. And obviously she must choose her words much more carefully, probably on the advice of her defense attorney. Just getting out there and stating that something was official business and defending a trip is going to be scrutinized by federal authorities. They themselves said this is an ongoing investigation and invited any additional information for people to come forward and produce that.
Again, when Jeffrey Vappy was initially indicted over a year ago now, some of the allegations in that indictment included Vappy searching for information about the Nashville mayor who had been indicted for stealing from the citizens of Nashville and traveling, having an affair, on the public dime. So Vappy, over a year ago, this indictment claims, was searching for information about that, allegedly because there were similar things going on here. And that's at least what this indictment alleges, that there were similar things going on between him and the mayor. And so that's what we're looking at now.
And, we've heard I guess the cliche so many times before, it's not the crime, but the cover-up, sometimes it looms even larger.
Yes.
And look, just going back to the original charges on Vappy of wire fraud for claiming hours and getting paid by the city for work that the federal government now says was carrying on this affair. Those charges are repeated in this superseding indictment, and Cantrell is listed on some, but not all of them. So some of this is Vappy himself. Others, they are alleging that Cantrell either had knowledge that he was not doing official duties for the city or should have. So that ends up being maybe a smaller element than we thought in this whole indictment, and the travel, a much larger dollar amount.
Yes.
Much more elaborate allegations of scheming to get together, and the text messages that seem to support that this was for their personal relationship and not city business are looming much larger now in this indictment.
Now, former federal prosecutor Matt Chester, who we just spoke with moments ago outside of federal court, did raise questions about whether or not prosecutors will be able to successfully argue that everything that Vappy was doing on those trips was personal in nature, that he was not actually providing a public function. Was he actually working for part of that time? Was he, on duty protecting the mayor some of those hours? I mean, I think, there is the chance that in court this could get into the weeds of that to some extent. But we did hear from acting U.S. Attorney Michael Simpson in his news conference just a little while ago that he felt that, or he sort of doubled down in saying that, there were other trips that the mayor took in which she did not need a bodyguard. So why would she need Jeffrey Vappy on the trips that he went on if on other trips she didn't take her security detail with her? So clearly they're setting that up as one of the arguments in the case.
And one example of that was, once again, the story that we broke about Vappy when he was on the Hano board.
Yes.
Going to Martha's Vineyard for a conference, and I got all the public records pertaining to that trip. Obviously, there were some questions raised about why a police officer would even be on the Hano board without any relevant experience, but he was. He took a trip with two other members of the board. So he was at a conference doing presumably whatever that conference entailed as far as business. This indictment alleges that Cantrell cut off a trip to take a private trip to meet him there. Were the other Hano board members aware that Mayor Cantrell suddenly appeared at that destination, a rather exclusive and pretty high-end resort town in Massachusetts? So, once again, we don't know the full extent of the federal investigation, who they've interviewed. They're asking for anyone else with information to please come forward. That's one that both raises the fact that the allegation was that Mayor Cantrell felt safe enough to travel alone to go meet Vappy, allegedly.
Yes.
And he's at a trip with other members of the Hano board. What did they know?
Yes. Exactly. I mean, I think those are both great questions, and I think questions that federal investigators are going to be asking as they move through this investigation. I mean, the whole situation, with their conspiracy, really, which is what's alleged in here, their conspiracy to use federal tax dollars to create these opportunities to travel together, seems pretty black and white in this indictment. I mean, these messages, these WhatsApp messages, will obviously be central to their case. And whether or not, not only did they conspire to use federal or state, local tax dollars to travel together to further their affair, as the U.S. Attorney called it, he said it was a years-long fraud scheme perpetrated by two public officials who were trying to perpetuate their affair. But those messages.
And by abusing their power and authority.
Yes, by abusing their power and authority and by abusing tax dollars that come from hardworking citizens of New Orleans.
And let's just look at the action that Jeffrey Vappy took. With his indictment, he promptly resigned from the police department after a lengthy career, has largely faded from the public eye.
Yes.
The mayor is in a much more difficult position regarding that. We obviously have not seen a lot of her dealing with the media or other public appearances, but she's not one of 900 New Orleans police officers. She is singular, the mayor, executive leader of the city of New Orleans.
I believe the last time we saw her was at that Trader Joe's grocery store opening the other day. I think she was there for the opening of that store on Tulane Avenue. I don't believe she made any public statements at that news conference, which is interesting at this point, looking back, hindsight 2020. But, she really has not opened herself up to a lot of public scrutiny. However, she has been getting criticized for this extensive travel since questions started swirling about whether or not what is alleged in this indictment was the case, whether or not she was using those trips to travel for personal reasons and using public money to do that. And she has said over and over again that she feels like all of these trips that she has taken all around the world have really been to further the city of New Orleans and to do the public's business. It'll be interesting now to see, after federal prosecutors have really spelled out something that's quite the opposite, what her reaction to that will be. I think,
and you're raising some things that really go beyond the scope of the indictment, go beyond the letter of federal law, which is something that was being questioned by the public, by the council at times. It was some part of the substance of the recall petition that failed ultimately, was what is New Orleans and what are the citizens getting out of trips to sign a sister city agreement in France and promoting second line culture at a festival in Switzerland. And now we see that it's become part of a federal indictment. So I think just the policy of future mayors, the travel, the citizens themselves, getting the services that they pay taxes for.
I think there's been so much talk about it that it led, the residents of New Orleans not only to poke fun at it, but to raise the issue with their elected representatives, who are the city council members. And so the city council has since made moves to strip mayoral powers from the office as a result of the actions that they've seen from Mayor Cantrell. So this has become a real balance of power situation in New Orleans, where there is a core struggle over who really is the executive here in the city. And so with the city council basically saying, we control the purse strings, we control the legislation for the city. And so they've made some serious moves to really pull back on some of her authority because of the things that have unfolded over the last few years.
And Katie, you have to assume that some of the issues here that have been discussed by the council, such as travel restrictions, by the way, blocked by a civil court judge, will now insert themselves into the current mayoral campaign in which two members of the council are candidates. And the use of travel as a wise expenditure of tax dollars is bound to come up.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, New Orleans is certainly not a rich city. So you have a lot of people who are working very hard out there to earn every dollar. And they expect that the dollars that they turn over to the city of New Orleans are going to be spent judiciously and for a great purpose. And I think that is what the U.S. Attorney was trying to say today as he was talking about what a violation of the public trust he feels these actions are, and that's why they moved forward now with this prosecution instead of waiting until Mayor Cantrell is out of office. Now, we do want to hear from those city council members. If we want to pull up those statements that we've received from Helena Moreno, who's running for mayor. She's also one of the at-large city council members. If we could just pull those up real quick and see what she had to say, because we haven't heard from her yet. Quote, the mayor is entitled to a presumption of innocence and a vigorous defense. Councilmember Moreno's focus remains on a new way forward for New Orleans, restoring basic city services, creating opportunity, and putting people first will continue to be her priority. We also heard from City Council member Oliver Thomas, running for mayor as well, saying, quote, the announcement today reminds us of the need to let the justice system work in a fair, timely fashion and without regard to politics or preference. You know, we continue to hear from Oliver Thomas went on to say, I am praying for Mayor Cantrell, her family, and all New Orleanians, really, because this is something that is not only shocking for the average citizen, but I imagine it's incredibly difficult for Mayor Cantrell and her family. You know, there has been public debacle after public debacle after public scandal in this second administration, and so I imagine
it's all played out so publicly. We've seen some of the mayor's personal life,
yes.
The untimely death of her husband, for example.
Yes.
In the middle of all of
this, yes.
Some of the allegations involving the alleged affair with Vappy occurred while they were married before his death.
Yes.
And they have a daughter together.
Yes.
So there are some significant, heavy personal weight all wrapped up in this and the timing of this indictment.
Yes.
In what would normally be for a mayor finishing up a second term.
Yes.
Kind of a victory lap or an opportunity to tout accomplishments over, a nearly 8-year tenure. That's gone.
Yes.
That's off the table.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there is not going to be a large sort of public display of the 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, it's replaced by what we had, kind of heard about, we're anticipating, and now she's got to deal with that with a defense attorney, court appearances, what kind of bond, obviously she probably will not be locked up in any form, but there may be some bond conditions.
Yes.
Who knows? Many defendants in federal court are restricted from not traveling outside of the Eastern District without permission.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the most frequent flyers of mayors we've had in a long time. So all of those questions loom in what would normally be in, a mayoral tenure, an opportunity to kind of tout accomplishments.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in this case, when we move through this criminal case that's going to unfold in court, there will be situations where we're seeing the mayor of New Orleans walking into federal court as a criminal defendant. And so, that is an image that makes it difficult to do things like strong arm the city council and do the politics and the business of the city that I think New Orleanians expect. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in this situation. Again, it may be a situation like DA Jason Williams. DA Jason Williams, went to trial on tax fraud charges. He was, of course, exonerated in that case. But he maintained his role as an elected official during that time. So it may be a situation where she does just deny these allegations, say this is politically motivated, and moves on. We'll have to wait and see. But
yeah, the cloud of a federal indictment, whether these ultimately lead to convictions,
right?
It's there. It's a big cloud.
Yes.
This is an 11-count indictment against the mayor, and that's a very, very serious. This is the full weight, power, and resources of the federal government, weighing on our mayor. And you do also have to consider how this plays, not only in the court of public opinion of the citizens of New Orleans, but beyond that. Part of the job of a mayor is to sort of be, the chief cheerleader.
Yes.
Chamber of Commerce, invite, business opportunities.
How do you do that?
Get confidence for even businesses and contractors to bid on,
yes.
City jobs. Given the taint of just the allegations, just
yes.
the indictment, does that really hurt the city on maybe a state and national stage?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what the public reaction is. But what we want to do is bring in WWL political analyst Clancy Dubose. And Clancy, you know, you've been talking about the mayor's travel for quite some time. Thanks for being with us. As always, what are your initial thoughts on hearing about this 11-count criminal indictment against Mayor Cantrell?
Well, it's been a long time coming, and you know, we still have to see the mayor's reaction legally. You know, will she enter into plea negotiations? She's the kind of person who doubles and triples down on her decisions. So there's no telling. You know, if she's a smart defendant listens to his or her lawyer. So presumably she'll be getting very good legal advice, and whatever that advice is, she should take it. Now, as mayor, she's already considerably hobbled by all the scandals and all the negative press. This just adds, as Michael just said, you know, a huge additional weight. And it puts more of an official stamp on some of these scandals. It's not a conviction, it's only an accusation. An indictment does not amount to a conviction, but it is definitely something that adds to the cloud that is hanging over the second term of LaToya Cantrell, and is definitely going to define her legacy. You know, we just have to wait and see if she decides to, through her lawyer, negotiate a plea or resign, which would no doubt include a resignation. In fact, the city charter would require a resignation automatically if she's convicted or pleads guilty or nolo contendere to either a state or federal felony charge. Even one charge renders the mayor out of office.
Interestingly, I think that I was looking at the city charter too. It means that the rest of the city council would have to appoint one of the at-large members. Of course, we know at-large member Helena Moreno running for mayor right now.
Right.
What are your
She
thoughts?
would not be the appointee. It
Yeah.
would be JP Morrell. They would not appoint, because you have two council members running for mayor, and the remaining five, not the two at-larges, but frankly, the remaining five determine which of the two at-larges. And I'm pretty sure Moreno would say it should be JP Morrell, not me, so that nobody gets an advantage or disadvantage by the appointment or non-appointment. And I think it would probably be a 5-0 vote for Morrell to be the mayor. And in fact, if she pleads guilty or nolo contendere, that would be the end of it. There's no appeal from something like that. So the council would meet, officially declare it vacant, and then name a mayor. And that person, if presumably Morrell, wouldn't be an acting mayor. He would be the mayor for the remainder of Cantrell's term until January 12th.
Yeah, that, you know, would certainly be interesting. How well do you think she would be able to run the city under this cloud for the next 5 months, Clancy?
Well, and I'm not trying to be snarky here, but it's hard to imagine anybody, even the mayor, running it any worse than it's being run right now. I mean, her CAO is leaving, and you know, it's not uncommon. Let me be fair about this. It's not uncommon at all for mayors in their second terms to see an exodus of top employees. But I think you would see the people who are hanging on are either devoutly loyal to the mayor or don't have another job lined up yet, because it's not something that anybody wants to put on their resume that they were working for a mayor while she was under indictment.
But Clancy,
How-
if
how
I
is-
could jump in, she still has to.
How
run the
historic
mayor.
is this?
She has to run the city as mayor, presumably for 5 months. Even with a guilty plea, that doesn't happen instantly. There are many, you know, stages of the court proceedings. How does she carry on her duties as a mayor for 5 months?
Well, she carries them on under a cloud, under a darker, heavier cloud than she's been doing it for the last several years. You know, there's a cloud hanging over this administration already, and then this just makes it larger and darker and more difficult to work with. And as y'all pointed out a few minutes ago, you know, how is this going to affect how she's perceived by the courts, by all of her decisions? You know, they're not supposed to, but we're all human beings. Everybody's going to be saying, I mean, some people are saying, well, it's about time, and others are saying, you know, that this shouldn't happen, that she's being persecuted, depending on their opinion of her. But we know what her poll numbers are. And she's been upside down for 2.5, 3 years or more. And it's only going to make it worse.
Clancy,
And it's going to make it very difficult for her I can't imagine any business outside of New Orleans that wants to talk to her right now or consummate a deal with her to come to the city.
How historic is this that we have the U.S. Attorney's Office indicting a seated mayor? I mean, that
Well, it has not happened in my lifetime. We've had mayors resign under pressure. We've had mayors die in office. But not in the last 100 years, at least, or more. Maybe never has a mayor been indicted by the federal government while in office.
And what does that say to you about the fact that they did decide to indict her while she's still in office? You're an attorney,
Well,
as
as we all know, Ray Nagin was under investigation. They could have indicted him while he was in office, but they waited till he was out of office and some time afterwards. And I'm not sure if it's because they waited or because they needed to gather more evidence. But this is a grand jury that has reached, the end of its term, and it's a term which has been extended twice, and which it would have required some extraordinary effort, and Mike can talk more about that, but, I think they had all the evidence that they were going to get, and they decided it was time to sort of, as they say, fish or cut bait, and the grand jury decided to issue this indictment with these 11 counts.
Now, Clancy, if I could interject, you mentioned the mayor's tendency to double down, to be combative in the face of controversy. That all would now occur in a completely different light, where anything she says,
yes,
it would presumably be, run through a criminal defense attorney, whether she can even speak out at all. What can a mayor in this situation do? Obviously, it's a gaping vacuum on, are we going to hear from Mayor Cantrell regarding these allegations?
Yeah, and look, I'm an attorney, as you know, and I teach a CLE to attorneys about dealing with the media. And the one thing I impress upon them, two things: be careful about going off the record, and secondly, do not let the client speak ever. And I use as an example Edwin Edwards, who was probably the smartest defendant in terms of a client that we've seen in Louisiana, maybe anywhere. And he got into trouble for speaking out to the press in his first press conference, which he waited 6 weeks because he was presumably or allegedly being very careful, and he said things that were later used against him in court at trial, which proved to be lies. So I don't know who her attorney is or will be, but I'm sure it will be someone who knows his or her way around federal court. And it may even be someone who sat through one of my CLEs, but it's going to be hard because she's got to restore public confidence in herself, but she also has to be careful what she says. So it puts her at odds. Those two goals are not aligned. And in terms of the indictment, she would be well advised to speak only through her attorney and only speak to the press about managing the city and nothing else.
Well, that certainly makes it difficult when the biggest question that anyone wants to ask her is about this indictment. So in addition to that, Clancy, we obviously have a very heated mayoral race going on right now to replace her. How do you think this impacts the mayoral race moving forward?
Well, if anybody can be tied to Cantrell, it would be hurtful to that person. I think every one of the candidates, I expect all of the candidates to be respectful and not to try to, do any kind of end zone dance or anything or gloating or gleeful, because frankly, it's bad for the city. This is not just bad for LaToya Cantrell. This is a devastating blow for the city of New Orleans. It just reinforces an opinion or a perception among a lot of business owners and companies nationwide that Louisiana and New Orleans are, cesspools of corruption. So it's not good for anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. The U.S. Attorney even said as much in his news conference, basically saying that New Orleans has been plagued with corruption for so many years that's why he felt it was time to do this now before she was even out of office. Clancy, we can't thank you enough for being with us as always. Thank you for your insight and for all that great information. We appreciate it. Now, as I just mentioned, the U.S. Attorney did hold a news conference just a little while ago to address these charges against Mayor LaToya Cantrell and her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy. He has since resigned from the NOPD, all related to this investigation that has been going on for several years now. But we want to hear from the U.S. Attorney again, in case you're just joining us, to hear what he had to say about these 11 counts against Mayor Cantrell. Let's listen in.
Earlier today, a federal grand jury returned an 18-count superseding indictment charging New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell and former New Orleans Police Department officer Jeffrey Paul Vappy II. They are charged with a series of fraud, obstruction of justice, and false statement offenses for their role in a nearly 3-year fraud scheme that we allege exploited their public authority and positions. The indictment alleges that in October of 2021, Mayor Cantrell and Jeffrey Vappy, a member of her executive protection team, developed a personal, intimate relationship. From that time until Mr. Vappy's retirement in June of 2024, they embarked on a scheme to defraud the City of New Orleans and the New Orleans Police Department. By exploiting Vappy's job and Cantrell's authority as mayor to have the city and the New Orleans Police Department pay Vappy's salary and expenses during the times that Vappy claimed to be on duty, but when he was actually engaged in personal activities, usually with Ms. Cantrell, but sometimes alone at the Pentalba apartment. The indictment further describes the many steps that Cantrell and Vappy took to hide their scheme and to perpetuate their continued fraud, including using a secure messaging platform, WhatsApp. Specifically, Cantrell and Vappy used the WhatsApp platform to exchange over 15,000 messages, pictures, and audio clips in an 8-month period. They also used WhatsApp to intimidate subordinates, to harass a citizen, to lie to colleagues and associates, to delete evidence, to make false statements to FBI agents, to give the government an affidavit signed under oath that contained numerous false statements, and ultimately to commit perjury before a federal grand jury, all for the purpose of distracting and impeding inquiries and investigations into their activities, including a federal grand jury investigation. The superseding indictment, which we emphasize is merely a charge for which guilt must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law, alleges that Mayor Cantrell and Mr. Vappy perpetuated their scheme both in the New Orleans area and during out-of-state trips. In both instances, Vappy's activities, while claiming to be on duty, were conspicuously different than any other member of the Executive Protection Unit. While in New Orleans, Cantrell and Vappy treated a city-owned apartment in the Pentalba building as their own personal shared residence and coordinated to spend time together there, engaging in personal activities, all while Vappy claimed to be on duty for the Executive Protection Unit and was being paid to do his actual job. The superseding indictment also alleges that Mayor Cantrell and Vappy arranged for Vappy to accompany Cantrell on at least 14 domestic and international trips to maximize their time together and to engage in personal activities. In their private text messages, Mayor Cantrell characterized her trips with Vappy as both, quote, times when we are truly alone, close quote, and as what, quote, spoils me the most. These trips included a trip to San Francisco, which Vappy and Cantrell decided to extend for an extra day so that they could visit a series of Napa Valley wineries. While Vappy was wine tasting on April the 9th, 2022, he claimed to be working and was in fact paid for working a 15-hour day. In August 2022, Cantrell said that she would, quote, unquote, make it happen to have Vappy accompany her on a 3-day trip to Washington, D.C. for a 1-hour meeting, a trip that they both agreed they, quote unquote, needed. Shortly after they returned, Vappy described the trip to Cantrell as, quote, another leg on our journey, close quote, as he declared his love for her and their physical relationship. In total, the city of New Orleans paid over $70,000 for Vappy's travel on these trips alone. When asked about her reason for bringing members of the Executive Protection Unit with her on out-of-state trips, a practice that Mayor Cantrell began about 5 months after Vappy joined the Executive Protection Unit, she justified it as a quote-unquote pivot due to COVID and a matter of safety, in quotes. At the same time, however, she continued to take out-of-state trips without any EPU protection or Executive Protective Unit protection. In fact, on the same day, she gave one such statement. She canceled a work trip to Miami and instead traveled alone by plane, then bus, then ferry to the island of Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts to spend some time with Vappy. Vappy was in Martha's Vineyard attending a conference paid for by the city of New Orleans related to his position on the Hanno Board of Commissioners, a position to which Cantrell had appointed him just months earlier. On other occasions, when Vappy was unavailable to accompany Cantrell on a trip, Cantrell chose not to take another member of the Executive Protection Unit with her. The superseding indictment alleges that both Vappy and Cantrell were aware that their conduct broke laws, criminal laws. For instance, in April 2022, an associate of Cantrell's explicitly told her in multiple text messages that spending public funds and using public resources for her personal relationship was illegal. When Vappy and Cantrell learned that the news media was investigating their time together in the Pentalba, they agreed amongst themselves to be, quote, unquote, straight and together. Days after the first news stories broke in November of 2022, Vappy conducted numerous online searches for New Orleans area attorneys who specialize in the practice of criminal law. And he researched WhatsApp's security features. But the defendant's wire fraud scheme nevertheless continued all the way until Vappy's retirement in June of 2024. As alleged in the superseding indictment, in July 2023, the grand jury issued subpoenas to both Vappy and Cantrell, compelling the production of records. The FBI also interviewed Vappy, and during the interview, Vappy lied about the nature and circumstances of his relationship with Cantrell. In response to the subpoena, Cantrell produced a selection of responsive records, but none of the over 15,000 WhatsApp messages that she had exchanged with Vappy. Cantrell also created an affidavit sworn under oath that in 2021 she had activated a feature on her phone that automatically deleted messages. In support of that statement in her affidavit, Cantrell submitted a screenshot of her iPhone showing WhatsApp messages were set to delete in 24 hours. But in fact, Cantrell did not turn on that feature until December the 26th, 2022, roughly 1 month after the news media began speculating on her conduct. Moreover, this automatic deletion or quote-unquote disappearing messages feature only applied to new messages. During roughly the same period, Cantrell also manually deleted thousands of her prior WhatsApp messages with Vappy. As alleged, even at the time that Cantrell responded to the grand jury subpoena, she still possessed more than 50 pictures, including screenshots of correspondence with Vappy that were responsive to the subpoena, but which she nevertheless concealed from the grand jury. On his own, Vappy conducted online searches concerning WhatsApp and its security level, and by which time several people had already warned Vappy and Cantrell that their conduct was illegal. The indictment further alleges that Vappy and Cantrell continued their pattern of obstruction through the rest of 2023 and 2024. This obstruction included improperly pressuring the interim superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department to overrule findings of an internal investigation into Vappy's conduct. When the interim superintendent did not heed that directive, Cantrell ordered the interim superintendent to nevertheless reassign Vappy back to her protection detail. Months later, in a meeting that Vappy attended, Mayor Cantrell informed the interim superintendent that the interim superintendent would be replaced. Similarly, when a private citizen took pictures of Mayor Cantrell and Vappy together in public, dining and consuming alcohol al fresco, while Vappy reported to be on duty, Cantrell filed a police report and sought a restraining order against that citizen. This indictment does not allege that a relationship constitutes a crime. It also does not allege that the criminal activity occurred on merely a handful of discrete days, or that the behavior was limited to a small series of discrete actions. Rather, it reflects the prosecution of two public officials alleged to have engaged in a years-long continuing fraud scheme that used public money for personal ends by exploiting their power and their authority. The superseding indictment alleges that they perpetuated that fraud scheme by taking steps to keep individuals silent, to deceive subordinates, and to obstruct investigations into their relationship, including one conducted by a federal grand jury. I'd like to make several things clear, if I may. First, my office remains steadfast in its commitment to rooting out public corruption in any form without fear or favor within the Eastern District of Louisiana. And by the term public corruption, I mean public officials exploiting their positions and their power for their own personal gain. Public officials should be in their jobs to serve the public and not themselves. To do otherwise is a breach of the trust that undermines the public's faith and trust in their own government. Second, this investigation remains ongoing, and I would encourage anyone with information to come forward and to do so quickly. They can do so by contacting the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at fbi.gov, submit a tip. As I close today, I wish to emphasize that our investigations and our prosecutions go wherever the evidence takes us. Today's superseding indictment is the culmination of a lengthy and a deliberate investigative process in the ultimate pursuit of justice. No decision in this case was made lightly. I'd like to recognize the dedication at this time of the career prosecutors handling the case. To my right, Supervisory Assistant U.S. Attorney Jordan Ginsburg, who is Chief of the Public Corruption Unit, and AUSA Assistant U.S. Attorney Nicholas D. Moses of the Financial Crimes Unit and our Healthcare Fraud Coordinator. These men were ably assisted by numerous staff members of our office who dedicated their time and energy to assist them. I also specifically recognize the supervision of Tracy Knight, who is our criminal chief and has done a wonderful job in supervising this investigation and this prosecution. Individually and collectively, I am proud of this office's collaborative, professional, selfless, and unrelenting efforts. But such a case as this requires really tremendous partnership, and we have been blessed to have such. I want to thank the members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's New Orleans Field Office, led by Special Agent in Charge Jonathan Tapp, and his team members, Assistant Special Agent in Charge Percy Giles, and also ably assisted by Supervisory Special Agent Samira Maroney. The FBI spearheaded this investigation and have been with us on this matter from day one. The tireless work of FBI's agents, analysts, and support personnel deserves very special credit. I'd also like to recognize the indispensable contributions made by the Cybercrime Lab of the Department of Justice's Computer Crimes and Intellectual Property section. Finally, I'd like to thank and recognize the New Orleans Office of Inspector General and the Metropolitan Crime Commission for their great cooperation in this case and their dedication to identifying and reporting corrupt and unethical activity by public officials. I'd now like to invite up to the podium to say a few words FBI Special Agent in Charge of the New Orleans Field Office, Jonathan Tapp.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Tapp, Special Agent in Charge of the FBI here in New Orleans. Unchecked public corruption undermines the roots of our great republic. The citizens of this nation expect their public officials to uphold the public's trust, and the FBI investigates breaches of that trust that constitute violations of federal law. The citizens of New Orleans work hard to provide for their families, and they expect their public officials to be honest stewards of those funds. And today's indictment outlines a betrayal of that trust by Mayor Cantrell and Mr. Vappy. The FBI has a duty and obligation to investigate and work with the U.S. Attorney's Office and our partners to hold individuals accountable who put their interests ahead of those they've sworn to serve. No one is above the law. The charges outlined today are very serious, and they emphasize the importance of accountability. Today's superseding indictment is the result of painstaking work by FBI special agents, forensic accountants, and analysts who investigated every lead and piece of evidence discovered in this case. A strong criminal case is built on facts, and the investigative process to uncover those facts, bless you, can take days or even years. But the FBI is committed to the people of New Orleans and Louisiana to methodically address every element of an investigation, and that's exactly what we did here. The indictment speaks for itself. It outlines just some of the information uncovered in our investigation. The full scope of the investigation will become available through the adjudicatory process. I want to thank the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Louisiana, and especially the Computer Crimes and Intellectual Property Section Cybercrime Lab and its critical assistance here. I also want to thank the Metropolitan Crime Commission in particular for its help along the way. We appreciate the public's interest in this case and encourage anyone with information about this case or other violations of the public's trust to call the FBI. We can't do this job alone. With the help of the public and our partners, we'll continue to carry out our mission of protecting the people of Louisiana and the United States. Thank you.
So everyone, I guess this is the time for you all to do your work. We have time for some questions. Of course, I listened to my manager right there, Shane Jones. So, but please feel free to ask away, and forgive me if I drink water during the
Mr.
process.
Simpson?
Yes, sir.
David Hammer, WWL. Did you take pause at all about bringing criminal charges that at the heart are based on a romantic relationship, especially with the first woman mayor of the city of New Orleans?
To me, it's irrelevant that it's romance or that it's female. What is relevant is that it is an incredible breach of the public trust. It's an incredible betrayal of people's confidence in their own government, and it's a violation of innumerable federal criminal laws. That's what's important to me as a prosecutor. My job is to participate in the investigation and prosecution of federal law. Who breaks federal law and their particular characteristics is really irrelevant to what we do. We follow the evidence, we follow the law wherever it leads, and we do our jobs.
Mr. Simpson, can you please speak to the Gabby Cox statement? Can you speak to some of the challenges in prosecuting this case, as there's been denial after denial, of course, related to also having false statements in front of the grand jury? And then also, if you could speak to it all, whether the grand jury has been released from a subpoena, if they're going to continue to sit and hear more aspects of this case at all, or if there is any other grand jury proceedings pending?
Well, I can't comment on the grand jury because of, obviously, very strict grand jury secrecy rules and regulations. What I can say is that the investigation in this matter is decidedly ongoing. And whatever leads, whatever information we get that is actionable, that we can develop into evidence that indicates additional federal crimes or individual players in any or all of this, we will pursue.
Thank you. And then the first part of my question about how, the challenges of just, of constantly, in your own words, making false statements in front of the grand jury. I mean, what are the challenges to be constantly kind of reiterated by the mayor that the allegations are false?
What are the consequences? The consequences are criminal. And when they become criminal, when the falsity of those statements is established by evidence, it proves their falsity. That's the consequences. And people can say what they want, clearly in their own defense, and the mayor is absolutely correct in exercising her right to do so. What I would say is the ultimate judge of all of this is the evidence that we have developed that forms the basis of this superseding indictment.
Cassie
Thank
Sherman,
you.
WDSU. So in the documents, it alleges other people knew about these actions. Could there be any more indictments further past this from public officials?
Well, I can't answer that right now because, as I indicated, our investigation continues. So the possibilities are open. We don't know. I can't predict one way or another, and I'd be inaccurate if I said I had any sense of that. But I assure you, when I said that this is still a vital and ongoing and active investigation, it is.
The people that you guys were seeing the text messages that were warning the mayor, did you guys talk to them in person or have an interview?
I think the reason why we have evidence is because it is supported by reality. So I won't comment on specifically the evidence, but one thing I've learned as a federal prosecutor over a long time is that you really don't say anything unless you can back it up pretty definitively.
And then my last question, just real quick. In the past, the mayor has said these allegations have been politically motivated. What would you say back to that?
I'd say that's a nice defense. That's a defense that you would use in court.
The dates of the charges go back to 2024, or go as late as 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Why not wait until she's out of office in just a few months? And are you concerned about how having a mayor under indictment will affect the administration of the city of New Orleans?
Yeah, again, my my mandate as a prosecutor really deals with when the evidence and the facts and the circumstances reach a point of rightness so that a prosecution is mandated, we act. I don't think in terms of the political calculus, particularly because that's not my job, that is for someone else. But the excellent prosecutors and the law enforcement partners that we have, our jobs are very different. We go after lawbreakers, and especially in this city, public corruption has crippled us for years and years. And this is extremely significant to act when the evidence demands it. And that's what we're doing.
Mr. Simpson, James Finn at the Times Picayune.
This is the last question.
Okay, the administration at the bureau level and at the level of the Justice Department is pretty demonstrably refocused away from public corruption investigations. Did that have an effect on this investigation, and did it present any challenges?
I don't, in our office, the reality is that whatever cases we have, if we have sufficient evidence, be it public corruption, be it violent crime, be it financial crimes, we do it. Whether there is an initiative by a particular administration one way or another, it doesn't make any difference. If we have a crime that we can prove of any sort that is a violation of federal criminal law, that's what we do. We investigate it, we build a case, and when it comes to the point where we feel like we have proof beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every count that is alleged or crime that is alleged within that indictment, then we do our jobs and we prosecute it.
Mr. Simpson, what's the timeline for next steps?
The timeline for next step would be really the timeline. Are you talking about proceeding to court?
I mean, eventually, you've got summits, you've got a couple, what's your next interaction with Mayor Cantrell? And eventually getting to court, what's your timeline there?
Well, apparently the next step would be an arraignment for her. And there's, of course, a bond procedure. And from there, it proceeds as any other federal criminal case would go. There are a plea of clearly not guilty would be entered, as they always are. And then trial dates would be set, discovery would occur, which is obviously the exchange of documentation and information between the government and the defense and vice versa.
WWL Louisiana political analyst Clancy Dubose, just to get his reaction. So Clancy, what are you thinking hearing that information from the U.S. attorney? It's pretty shocking.
Well, it is, and it's like every other federal case that I've seen over the last half century plus. The feds don't indict anybody unless and until they feel they have an absolute lock on it. That doesn't mean they don't lose, but they win somewhere around 97% of the cases that go to trial, or the cases that they bring. It's rare for someone to get acquitted. It's not impossible. It happens, and it's because the feds don't meet their burden at trial. But they are meticulous, and they are what I call belt and suspenders guys. They don't just get one level of proof. They try to get an element of proof or some fact, and then additional facts and additional facts. They like to have what maybe engineers would call a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C for every factual element they need so that they can absolutely prove it as the burden requires beyond a reasonable doubt. And he outlined a very specific case. He said 18 charges. I don't know if that's, there may be more, some counts can contain more than one charge, but it's wire fraud, which is a very serious crime. It triggers a large penalty, and obstruction, which also is a very serious felony and triggers a potential large prison term. So this is not a light case, and he specifically said $70,000 as the amount of allegedly fraudulent pay that Vappy earned And I think he said that was just, I'm not sure if that was just for the out-of-town travel or if
Yes.
that was for all of it. But,
I think that was the trips, the amount that was spent on those 14 trips that he took with Mayor Cantrell. That was the total dollar amount there that he talked about.
and that doesn't count the money that occurred here in town, which is substantial.
Yes,
So,
yes.
So it's going to be well into the six figures, I would imagine.
So
Certainly over $100,000.
when we hear about cases like this, you know, it is a cliche at this point that the cover-up is often worse than the crime. But in this indictment, there are allegations that are both for the crime and the cover-up. So
Yes.
it's very interesting.
Well, it's proof of what you just said. I mean, I've said that myself on WWL's air. I've written it in Gambit and elsewhere, and you know, it's an absolute truth. The crime was bad enough. They were warned, according to the U.S. attorney. Multiple, you know, friends or staffers, you know, told the mayor or texted the mayor, you know, this is illegal. Don't do this. She could have stopped it early on. If she had stopped it after the first warning, I doubt that we would be having this discussion today.
Yeah,
But she persisted. And, you know, this is what I meant earlier when I said she tends to double and triple down. When she hears something she doesn't like, she basically says, hold my beer, watch, and she'll double and triple down on top of it. And this is the kind of consequence that can lead to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, we're going to have to wait and see exactly how she ends up responding to this. But in this indictment, it's really interesting because it really talks a lot about those messages that they clearly got from WhatsApp and the testimony that they said both Jeffrey Vappy and Cantrell gave to the grand jury about their relationship and about this alleged affair. The U.S. attorney this afternoon said that we're not prosecuting them for having an affair. Again, like many judges will say, we're not the morality police here. But the question is, what were you doing related to that affair that broke the law?
Yeah, and it involved public money. If this had been a matter of, you know, him on his day off and the mayor on a weekend or at night, we wouldn't be here having this discussion. But it was the fact that they had this allegedly had an affair, and Vappy was on the public dime and being paid for it, and she knew it, and she made it happen, and she even went to the extent of not keeping on the interim police chief that she initially promoted because that chief passed what I call the ultimate test for public service, which is, you know, having the chance to make a deal on something corrupt and saying no. And when Michelle Woodfork said no, she didn't get the job. And, you know, and the U.S. attorney alluded to that. And, you know, it's not about the morality of it. It's about what this cost the citizens of New Orleans.
I think the full price tag for that in terms of what it did cost the citizens of New Orleans is still yet to be determined, depending on how Cantrell reacts to this, right?
Yeah, well, it's you can't put a price tag on integrity, and it costs the city's image. It has done not irreparable harm, but serious harm to New Orleans's image as a place to live and prosper and go get an education and to do business.
Yeah, you know, we're coming up on the anniversary of 20 years after Hurricane Katrina. And one of the things that we have talked about in recent weeks is the federal government's reticence to give New Orleans money at that time because of a reputation of corruption. And now here we are again. That has to have serious and long-term damage.
It does, absolutely. And you're right. It wasn't just New Orleans. It was all of Louisiana. And that's why, if you look back on it, that's why the Road Home program had so many hurdles, because they wanted to, at the time, then Governor Blanco wanted to show the feds that they were not just going to throw money at people without, you know, a good reason. People who really needed to prove several times over that they owned the property, that it was damaged, and it slowed down the Road Home program and cost Kathleen Blanco a second term as governor because she opted not to run. But it's because she wanted to make sure that she assured the feds that all these billions of dollars that were coming down were going to be spent properly.
What does it say that Mayor Cantrell continued to take trips after this investigation clearly was focused on her taking trips? She removed
Well,
Vappy from her
it wasn't
detail.
about her taking trips. It wasn't about her taking trips. It was about taking trips with Vappy and him putting in for pay and perhaps even overtime if he was on being paid by the hour. And that's what it was about. It's not about the trips. The trips were basically a public image problem that the mayor had with we in the news media and with the public at large, because she just basically was I would say usurping her authority or abusing her authority as mayor to travel on behalf of the city and passing up no opportunity to go take a trip, especially if it was to someplace nice like Europe or Aspen or wherever, Martha's Vineyard or wherever. And that was a public image problem. It is not against the law for the mayor to take trips or for the mayor to take a lot of trips. But to take a trip with someone who is a paramour and have that person who's a public employee be paid by public dollars, by taxpayer dollars, for purely personal activity and to bill the citizens for being on the job, that's what led to this. That's what they're focusing on. The fact that it happened during trips is simply one element factually, and even coincidental, because I think when the ultimate price tag comes, there's going to be a lot more than $70,000 that turns up to be what is alleged to be paid fraudulently to Vappy for charging the public for personal time spent with the mayor.
Yeah, the FBI and the U.S. Attorney both said that this is an ongoing investigation. That's where I was going with that, is what in the court of public opinion, what was the impact of, in the court of public opinion of her continuing to go on those trips, not obviously legally that she was going on the trips without Vappy, but.
Yeah, well, it's horrible PR. But this is where Mayor Cantrell has been compared to Donald Trump many times over, that, doubling down on the things that are controversial. And she's known to be hard-headed and spirited and just, she did it with trying to put City Hall in Municipal Auditorium. It took multiple actions by the city council, and she still wanted to, if she could do it today and let it go through, have it go through, she'd probably do it. That's just part of her persona. That's who she is.
All right, we'll have to wait and see how she responds. Thanks so much, Clancy. We'll check back in with you in just a little while as we continue to follow this breaking news and this historic situation. Obviously, Mayor LaToya Cantrell indicted by a federal grand jury today, as is her former bodyguard, the NOPD's former officer, Jeffrey Vappy, who was her personal security. Now we want to bring in here in the studio, Ann Bro is the woman who took that now infamous photograph of the mayor and Jeffrey Vappy at Tableau Restaurant, and her attorney's joining us in the studio now. Can you just give me your thoughts when you first saw this indictment coming down, and the fact that your client is pretty much mentioned in this indictment as well as, being sort of a victim of this scheme?
Right, sure, Katie. I think this indictment, I haven't spoken in depth with Ann yet, but she's, I think, monitoring this. She's actually on vacation this week and able to kind of take all this in without the being barraged with a whole lot of questions. I think this was a confirmation to what we had suspected all along, and it kind of gave a little bit a few more breadcrumbs to where we were really trying to go with this. As you probably know, we filed the federal lawsuit in July of 2024. The city and the mayor have done everything they can to stall that process. They actually tried to initially have it done in 2026, and fortunately, Judge Brown was not going to allow that to happen. She said, "Look, I like to have my docket run in 10-month cycles. You're going to go in 2025." So we had an October 20th court date this year, which inevitably will be continued, I'm sure. But during that year, we really haven't had the opportunity to do any kind of discovery. They've been requests to stay, amendments to motions to dismiss, amendments to our petition, and so all that has kind of held up the discovery process, which has been kind of a challenge for us. But I think what we, up until today, when we learned that although we weren't doing discovery, obviously the FBI had been doing discovery.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big questions that we were talking about earlier. Investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein here with me as well. But we were talking earlier about the fact that we're still unclear, and you all are still unclear on who searched Ann in federal law enforcement databases to come up with the information that was then later included in that restraining order application.
Right. And so there was some. I think the city, whether intentionally or not, when we initially filed the lawsuit, we weren't sure exactly how the information came about. We then learned in January through the initial disclosure process, we got the PIB reports on the officers that were involved in that, and as Michael said earlier, those were dismissed, and I was the one who said, look, we need to dismiss these because on May 9th, once the report was filed, I think those officers did exactly what they did. I think what we went back and reviewed, though, was the mayor had the information before Officer Guzman walked into her office to take at 2 o'clock on May 9th to get that information. So there's still another actor out there that we don't know who it is, whether that's Jeffrey Vappy himself, whether it's a colleague or a friend of Jeffrey Vappy that he had to do it. That's one of the things. So we're hoping that that's something that the FBI will look into, or the attorney's office, and say exactly where is that information coming from, because we know someone had accessed it prior to that. Because in her interview with Officer Guzman, when she's giving that police report to bolster her stalking claim, she is feeding Guzman with that information. So that's what we suspect. We'll find, and hopefully whether this comes about. Now, I'm sure now that there is a formal indictment out, the city and Mayor Cantrell's, will file to stay the civil action pending the criminal action, and I think that's probably in all likelihood it will be granted, and eventually Ambro will have her day in court. But I think. Right now, I got the federal government doing discovery for me, so I'm
absolutely.
very happy about that.
And Mr. Schmidt, I was going to ask you about that. This, federal civil rights lawsuit has been stalled. Now it appears it's going to be stalled even longer while this criminal indictment takes precedent. But language in the indictment under the conspiracy count, very broad, does include the statement that the mayor signed an affidavit under oath that contained multiple material false representations. That clearly helps your defamation angle of your lawsuit.
Well, absolutely, and I think we saw that even in the state court case where the petition for protection was filed. I mean, alleging that Ambro took 800 hours of video of the mayor was just ludicrous, and. She did following her and stalking her and showing up in places where she didn't, she wasn't supposed to be, or going into uninvited places. All those were things that there's no, there was no scintilla of of any evidence to suggest that those were legitimate claims. And I think the trial court saw through that, and for that reason, summarily dismissed the petition for protection and granted and the legal fees under the special motion to strike, our Louisiana's anti-SLAPP motion.
And yet, the question that we were hoping maybe to get some light and answers to is who did the actual NCIC check. Now, we know that a ordinary citizen, including the mayor, cannot herself have the identification credentials to get into NCIC.
Right.
But the indictment only states, and I'll quote, Cantrell abused her position to obtain non-public information and then file a police report about a New Orleans resident, that would be Ambro, your client, who took and disseminated photographs of Cantrell and Vappy together in public. So we still don't have an answer as to who, with the proper law enforcement credentials, went into NCIC and gave Cantrell that information.
Well, Mike, we don't have that information, but perhaps the authorities have that information, and I'm hoping that eventually, I think the acting U.S. attorney right now is very clear, as Katie said earlier, that this is very much an ongoing investigation. And I think those are all questions that we look forward to being answered in the future.
Could that lead to an amendment of your lawsuit?
Well, I think I will be amending the lawsuit before all that comes out, just to add Vappy as a defendant. We were I wanted to be careful that we didn't name Vappy early on as a defendant if we didn't know really where he fit into the equation. I think this indictment shows, and this is another thing the indictment really taught us, was we had no idea the extensive relationship. You know, we knew that they were been together in the French Quarter a couple of times and at dinner in different spots. I think we even knew about the Martha's Vineyard trip, but I don't think we understood that, you know, that was how that came about, or the other trips to Napa Valley or San Francisco and all those other places that they had gone together. So all of those things, when you add them up, I think they lend credibility to our theory that this fabricated lawsuit against Ann was really, and particularly given the temporal aspect of it, you know, it was done right on the eve of Vappy's indictment for his initial payroll charges and so forth. And I think it was count 7 in there implicated the time on the Pentalba balcony when he was, you know, sitting down with back towards the wall. And so that kind of explains, I think, or is a compelling motivation for Cantrell to act at that point with the assistance of Vappy in filing that suit on Friday, May 10th.
Now we've heard about 15,000 messages that the federal investigators uncovered from their WhatsApp communications. Do you think those could come into play in your lawsuit? And did you ever think that these would be things that wouldn't be turned over to a federal investigator and or court of law?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's interesting for, you know, social media and apps altogether. I would venture to say that somewhere in 15,000 messages, there's some discussion of what are we going to do with Ann Bro. You know, the other aspect of this, and you know, it's still in the preliminary stages, is that we've kind of always suspected that the mayor was getting information from the French Market Corporation about Ann's coming and goings. You know, they are really the landlord for the Pentalba buildings. They had moved their offices just, you know, 100 feet away from Ann's front door. And we kind of, you know, people have kind of suggested that there might have been some information going on. You know, I think there's some people that certainly the mayor was keeping tabs on. You know, we think the mayor might have been keeping tabs on Ann through that office. And so those are things we're still looking into as well.
And quite amazing that, you know, your client, Ann Bro, would become something of a, you know, a figure in this whole case and now in an indictment. They were neighbors. What kind of relationship did they have at the Pentalba apartments?
Well, I think there's always, you know, a wide variety of neighborhood relationships. I mean, you have the ones that you'll borrow a cup of sugar from or eggs, and then ones you just kind of wave at. I think the nature of it, they were a couple of balconies over. I think they might have waved back and forth a little bit, saw each other. I think there wasn't they didn't have any sort of relationship. I mean, Ann really has never met the mayor formally, or had a conversation with her, or been in a room with her. So I don't know that that's necessarily, as with respect to the neighbors, if that's a compelling argument. I mean, I don't think this was a grudge match. There wasn't any hard feelings or ways to go, you know, back against Ann. You know, I think it's important to remember that Ann, and she said this several times, the motivation in taking the picture was not so much capturing the mayor, but it was really Jeffrey Vappy on duty. I mean, I think Ann's been very active in raising funds for the police for the 8th District. She's provides the office like it with a number of other neighbors and residents of the quarter food and you know, hospitality when they just to kind of give them a break because they're overworked. I mean, they have a tough job down there. And I think this really caught Ann off guard when she sees, the guys that are working so hard, and then here's a police officer who is on duty, who is being paid at the time, sitting down and having a glass of wine and shirking his duties.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and you said you hadn't really talked to her yet that much about this, but what'd she say, first blush?
I think she said, we didn't talk, we texted, and she let me know where she was, and she said, wow. So wow. I wish I could tell you more, but I think Ann's been a great client. I think a lot of times, and I think Mike can attest to this. She actually listens to her attorney, and she's been very careful about what to say and what not to say. And I think she's kind of put this in my hands to kind of watch and kind of shepherd her through this. And I think she's glad that she's out of town at the time too.
And when we talk about a delay in this, in your case, because of this, any idea if that could be weeks, months, years?
I would think it would be at least as long as the federal trial, if there is a federal trial, exists. I mean, I think until, the reason for the stay would be to protect the mayor's rights of self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment. And so, to the extent, until we reach a point in this case that was just filed today, whether it's through a plea bargain or a settlement or a verdict after a trial, that's always still, kind of on the table. And so I think until there's a resolution in that case, one way or another, we won't be able to proceed in our civil case.
Do you guys plan to stay the course?
Absolutely.
And you've already got a judgment in your favor in this situation.
So, interesting. I just filed, earlier in the week, I filed so the Fourth Circuit affirmed the trial court's award of the legal fees in that case. The Fourth Circuit added another $8,000 in legal fees. And then the mayor has taken supervisory writs to the Supreme Court. And I just, my opposition to that was due earlier in the week and filed that. And so now we're just waiting for the Supreme Court to rule and see whether they take it, and we'll go through an oral argument, or whether they'll just deny it and we can go ahead and start acting on that judgment.
And Mr. Schmidt, the last I checked, that attorney's fee dollar amount was about $23,000. Now, if the mayor, and we've talked about this extensively, how she's combative, intends to double down, is now taking this to the state Supreme Court on a writ, clearly the meter is running and your attorney's fees are going to grow beyond.
That's correct. The way the statute is written is that there are additional attorney's fees for the cost, and the jurisprudence really, additional attorney's fees for the cost of defending the appeals, just like the Fourth Circuit added the $8,000. I'm not sure what the Supreme Court would add, or if they would remand it back to the Fourth Circuit to make another determination. But statutorily, they are allowed.
If you are successful, that means LaToya Cantrell will owe you that money, not the mayor of New Orleans, LaToya Cantrell.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see as this unfolds.
Right.
Keep us posted, please.
We will.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Of course, we're continuing to cover this breaking news. Mayor LaToya Cantrell and her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy, indicted on 18 federal crimes, federal charges rather, against them in federal court. Of course, everyone's innocent until proven guilty, and so we're going to have to wait and see what the court decides as this continues to play out. But we will continue our coverage of these historic charges against a seated New Orleans mayor in just a few minutes.